Check. Check.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. Vakratunda Mahakaya, Surikoti Samaprabha, Nirvignam Kurmadevu, Sarvakarishu Sarvada. By invoking the blessings from the Almighty, we would like to start today's Metamorphosis Pitstop event. And before I begin the event, I would like everybody to sit down, even the students who are excited all over, Rohan and group. Yeah, thank you so much for listening to us. Now, Metamorphosis was started by a man with a vision who's working on both fission and fusion, making sure that he fuses his vision of creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem for the kids around to make sure that he gives exposure to the kids, which most of us, the elder ones, got when we were at the time when we had to start our journey into our careers. But he thought, why not start it early? And that is where he says, entrepreneurship is not started when you get out of college. It started at the school level, where you learn the basics, fail at school so that you succeed when you're out of school. With that vision in his mind, I would like to invite Mr. Pavan Elena, co-founder and CEO of Metamorphosis Edu, to come on stage and start the session for us. Welcome.
Just come on the floor, no stage here. Okay. Very good morning, everyone. What is Saturday? 2017 is when, I've realized that every student should think entrepreneurial. For so and so reasons, I'm sure, you all are aware, about my journey, why we started Metamorphosis and all. From 2017 till 22 today, so far, we must have interacted directly or indirectly to more than 2 lakh students. Either I went to the schools, gave a guest talk, or they have enrolled in Metamorphosis programs. There are a lot of webinars, online programs and all. Can we not use that door? Okay. So, 2 lakh students, when we are all interacting, the kind of ideas, the kind of innovations that they're all coming are amazing, right? The students are talking about IoTs, they're talking about augmented realities, virtual realities. There are some kids there where you guys will be amazed to see the kind of ideas and the stage that they are in. We all will definitely, take back and, realize few things today that I'm promising you all. But when I'm interacting with these kids, when I'm listening to their ideas, we are giving certain paths, saying that, go to this website, do research, or say we are giving them certain paths. But 2 months back, exactly during Feb, when I went to few school innovation challenges and all, what I realized was, we're all imparting these entrepreneurial skills, we're all talking about innovations and all. But let me just stop and see what can be done or how can we accelerate these ideas. That's when I got this idea called Pitstop, where there should be certain milestone or there should be certain checklist. I don't know how many of you guys follow F1. F1, there are certain pit stops, right? I mean, say, we'll realize, what's going wrong. We'll simulate our, engines and all of those. I thought, let's also, let me bring in the best experts in this industry. Let me bring in the parents, let me bring in the kids at our capacity, and then let's all realize, let's all have very healthy discussion on where are we currently, because PM Modi says that, Atmanirbhar Bharat. There is state policies that will say that entrepreneurship should be important at the school level. There are a lot of schools that are doing a lot of science fairs, exhibitions and all of them. But we're all doing those. These are really good. I'm interacting with the kids, you're exploring entrepreneurship clubs with Metamorphosis. This is all good, these are all the part of the business and all. But as a parent, I want you to realize where, this is going to head to. As the school founder or the school leader, I want you all to realize, what can be done better. And as a kid or as a kid entrepreneur, I want you all to shape up this your entrepreneurial journeys and how do you build this as a career. That's where we started this pit stop. And one thing I'm promising to the kids, saying that, see, the success comes from the freedom of failure, right? Success for anyone comes from the freedom of failure. I had that freedom of failure with my parents or with the schools or the kind of investors that I've got. And today, I have invited such leaders from the industry. You will have very better cushion to fail back and realize and succeed. If at all you have some education idea, you have about 20 schools out of here, I want you to democratize your ideas in the schools. If at all you have any healthcare idea, I'm sure 20 schools must be dealing with around 2,000 parents. So almost 40,000 parents that will be there to support you all for the ideas. So today there is no personal agenda on which school are we catering to. There is no personal agenda on which parent or which kid that we are attending to. Today, as citizens in this 21st century, as future leaders, as the current leaders, let's all sit back, relax, enjoy, and have very healthy debates, healthy discussions on how do we take these ideas to the next levels and how can we breed next Mark Zuckerberg, next Elon Musk from Hyderabad. Okay, I'm looking very forward to interacting with you all in the panels. And just to set the context, just to warm up this event, I'll invite 3 ideas. You all just realize what is the work that they have done, the kind of technologies that they're talking about, the kind of stage of the ideas that they have. And we as audience, there are more than 5,000 people that are watching live us today. And let's all try to understand how can we help these ideas or how can we accelerate these ideas, not just in terms of funding, but at your personal capacity, right after the idea that is being pitched. I want you all to support these ideas. If at all there is some tech ideas, I'm sure you'll support. If there is any healthcare ideas, just connect them to the right doctors. If at all they have any agri-tech ideas, please feel free to give your suggestions. And let us ensure that all the Pitstop ideas will be turned to unicorns in the very near future. So that is the whole agenda. So once again, let's all, give a big round of applause to the students, the leaders who has, taken out their time and, being present here. Okay, so let me call the first idea. Temps by Sarah Saxena. Is she here? Is Sarah here? Yeah. After Sarah, I want co-sponsor by Abhik and Vegan Express by Aryan. So these would be the first three ideas. They are going to quickly pitch about their ideas. And let's all, on our personal capacity, let us see how they can say. And Sarah, I really want you to be clear about what is your ask. What is it that you are looking from the leaders over here? Okay? Okay, let's do it.
Thank you, thank you. Hello everyone, I am Sarah Saxena from grade 9, Sadhana Infinity International School, Hyderabad. Are you spending your valuable time manually managing your employee data and you feel that the process is error-prone, not practical and cumbersome? Next. We provide a solution that will save your time and effort, make it more secure, accurate, reliable and cost-effective. We propose a state-of-the-art, all-inclusive, comprehensive, highly configurable, cloud-based and easy-to-use total employee management system. The system offers a one-of-a-kind combination of various features and modules, some of which are listed here. This system offers highly competitive pricing. It also allows multi-site setup and easy integration with external systems using the data import or export facility. It also provides detailed analytics to generate various types of reports on employees for better management. Now, guys, are you ready for a demo? So this is the landing page of the website. And now I'm going to log in with the account of a client and we'll see what view our clients have. So this is the dashboard view. And as you can see, this is the company logo on the top. So this entire view we provide is customizable and configurable. And now when you click on attendance management, the employee has an option to view the in-time and out-time for the entire month as well as for the day. And we also have a data export facility. Attendance marking here is done through a smart and secure attendance system, and it logs in the in-time and out-time through a mobile app or a kiosk on the office premises. So now I'll also be showing you the mobile app which is created. So here I have a mobile app where I will be able to log in my attendance by registering my face. So it looks something like this. It looks something like this, and when I register my face here, it has recognized me and it says, "Hi, Sara Saxena." And I'm going to click on Mark Attendance. It says Attendance Marked. And now, since here we have marked our attendance, this same thing will be updated on the website system as well once we reload it. Right, so the time now is 9:38 and the website has logged in my in time. So this account has administrator access and it can do all activities such as accessing, creating and updating departments, positions and employees as well. And through the reports module, the administrator can also view or generate reports on employees. I request a funding of 25 lakhs for initial setup and system development. And this is a little something about me. Thank you everyone for lending me your valuable time.
So did you code the whole thing? Did you code the whole thing? Like how did that entire process of coding and all happen?
Yeah, I'll try. So basically, I designed the website, how things will look and how it will go about the functionalities of each button there. And my mentor, my father, he was involved in the technical part of it. So he's the one who made the buttons and all work. So thank you, Dad.
So so you're looking for 25 lakhs worth of funding. Okay, so what would the investors get?
If anyone wants to invest, I would like to have a detailed discussion with them about this later on.
Okay. And the number of users currently that are there? No. Okay.
Currently we have no users, no one has bought the system and we have just made the site live. And it will take around 6 months for the complete development of the website and the entire software. And we will need more developers as well. So right now it is not in a state for users to join in, but in 6 months it will be, depending if we get the investment or not.
Great, good luck. I mean, big round of applause to Sara. So Sara's stall is anyways here, so you can invite people to your stall and then you can have one-on-ones. Thanks, Sara. So the next idea is by Abhik, co-sponsor.
Pigside.com. No, not this one. I just not here. You can just type the link again, like that, and remove company sponsor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now one minute. One second after this. Good morning, one and all. I'm Abhik and I'm studying in grade 7 in Amtas World School, Hyderabad, and I'm here to present my idea co-sponsor with you. I'm sure each one of us wants to help the society in various ways, but the problems are fraud, no refunds, authentic, and threats. With fraud, I mean websites show deals, but some of them may be scams. There will be no refunds if a user is scammed. Not all deals and users are authentic, and leakage of private information like debit card, credit card information are popular these days. Now, we are going to solve these solutions with the solution page, which is legit deals, refund, authenticity, and safe and secure. We'll have legit deals and users verified by staff with information. Action taken if user is scanned with refund available. All deals and users will be authentic, and no private information will be leaked anymore. Now coming to the description, co-sponsor is a web and app-based solution where any user can create sponsor deals without any ads or without any payment. A little about me. I'm Abhik and I'm the founder of co-sponsor who has won at the Business Fashion 2022, which is a school event, and ranked first place in junior batch in GSS 2022 held by Metamorphosis Edu. How are we unique? Let's dive into the USP. We are fast and agile. We utilize 10% of our profits to charity as we believe we must return something to our society. All deals and users are verified. There will be refund available, and all of our plans and pricings are affordable with free trial available. Most importantly, we are safe and secure from third-party interventions. Future plans. We plan to have governmental action for deals above $10,000 with refund available. We plan to launch co-sponsor web where anyone can search or create sponsor deals in their own browser with safe and secure. Prototype. You can scan the QR code or type the website link to access our prototype. Yes, so this is our website. You can click the Get Started button and download our app. In the website, we have our features available, and now you can come in my room and check the website the app by yourself. Thank you. Q&A. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Excellent, Abhik. So, can we also create, say, for example, if Metamorphosis is looking for sponsors, just wanted to understand. So we can create our own sponsor deals.
Yes,
and we
sir.
can. So is it a platform where you will find sponsors for us?
No, sir. The user can find sponsors by themselves, and it will be done safely and automatically.
Okay, so you are basically a fintech platform where you are accepting the payments, and you are collecting the payments in a secured way and giving it to the vendor.
No, sir. We are just a platform where anyone can find sponsor deals with their information. Then they can contact them and they can again sponsor.
Okay, basically people can list, their sponsor deals. Excellent, well, amazing. I mean, I am really, proud to be associating with you. Okay, good.
Thank you.
And we have Aryan Nair from Vegan Express.
Is it ready? Presentation.
Greetings to all. I am Aryan, founder and CEO of Wagon Express, a startup based in Hyderabad, India. We work to provide our customers fresh and healthy produce. Removing middlemen from our user process prevents farmers from getting exploited and allows them to gain profits. So let me show you two presentations to help you understand my company better. So this, ma'am, can you go behind? Logo. So this is our logo. Can you go to the? Yeah. So now let's define the problem. With the pandemic in progress, the most troubled people are the farmers. Now the lack of orders for produce, as people don't prefer going to the market, this is the first reason. And the second, number of suicidal deaths, and they have increased by 18%. And this information is from the World Wide. Now, the reason of suicidal deaths, lack of income and involvement of middlemen. Now let's know the problem. Farmers get exploited due to middlemen, and the need, fresh, ripe and hygienic produce. And farmers must sell their produce safely without changes in their declared price. So this is the user process before. So before our company enters the process, this is how it was. And first thing, the process is very lengthy. The second thing, the middlemen are involved, where the farmers' costs, which they declare, are changed. Ma'am, it changed. Yeah, so this is a pictorial form. Now, this is a user process afterwards. The farmer grows the produce. Then the farmer receives a call for keeping one set of produce ready so that there's no wastage. Because if you give it in bulk, we don't want that. And the truck will collect the goods from the place and deposit them at the FTC, which people call it the warehouse. And in the FTC, the produce is packed in properly sanitized bags. And the food is transported to the consumer or customer's locality by a truck, and if opted, from the gate to the house by a drone. This is again the pictorial form. Thank you. Now there's another presentation. So this is our second presentation. Yes. So this is the introduction. Now, what is the problem statement? Limited sources of totally healthy and fresh fruits and vegetables, and hygiene issues with farmers while handling produce. Now, exploitation of farmers due to middlemen. I have reached this point before. Contact with customers without safety gear during the pandemic is a lot, causing various problems. Now, what is our solution to it? Fresh and healthy vegetables and fruits. Hygiene maintaining farmers. No exploitation of farmers, as farmers directly sell their produce on our app. Now it's a website. Slowly in the future we look forward to an app. And now if no contact, as the drones will be delivering the produce. Now this is the short service description. Now let's go and look at the statistics. We will put an end to the suicidal deaths of farmers due to middlemen. As now this is our statistics. Due to the lack of money, and our websites help it. So this is our website. Ma'am, we'll show it last. Yeah. Now we have a few connections with 3 farms. Yeah, Adisha Farms, Lower Farms, and Chetna Organic. So these are the 3 people who are looking forward to sign a partnership agreement with us. Now let's look at our competitor analysis. Now the first direct competitor of Wagon Express is Urban Kisan. Now indirect competitors, there are many: Zepto, Amazon Fresh, Grofers, Big Baskets, and Swiggy. But the latest one, Flipkart Quick. Now let's look at our business model, farm to fork. Now what is our future plan? Put an end to middleman exploitation, then monopoly the agritech industry, launch full-fledged drone delivery systems from FTC to customers' locality. And yeah, why must you choose us? There are so many full-fledged companies like Swiggy, Zomato. They deliver fresh and organic. But why must you choose us? No company feeds the underprivileged people every order in a month. And we are trying to look forward to serving our society. So we thought this is a good plan. And we have a strict pact with our farmer partners, where the farmers must pick only ripe, healthy and fresh produce, and the rest are given away to animals to prevent wastage. And if our customers aren't satisfied with our produce, they can ask for a refund and replacement. This doesn't get over here because the customers aren't satisfied with us. Since the customer isn't satisfied, the next order from the person will be free, or if the customer doesn't order any produce, he's given up with us, we give him an apologies basket. And we provide monthly gifts, and our plans are very exciting. Now, let's come to the main point, need of funds. Our basic plans to get into the market requires funds costing up to 2,50,000. Essentially, to set up a food distribution center, which you guys call it a warehouse, and for a functional logistics system and an effective workforce. Now, this is our cost structure. So we need at least 3 people for workforce, 45,000. Rented trucks, 50,000. Go down, 15,000. Packets, 400, 2,000. And delivery drone, 60,000. Now, what do we need immediately? 1,72,000. An amount for marketing and promotional activity to 2,50,000. So that's in total. What will we give you? 5% of our annual income. Thank you. Shall we show you our website?
Okay, see the website at your stall. So you need how much? 1.72 lakhs for 5% equity. Yeah. So your company is valued at around 7 lakhs? Yeah. So I can give you 7 lakhs and I can buy you out? No. Okay. Okay, good. But look at the confidence, man. I mean, big round of applause to Aryan. So the 3 farms that are ready to sign up with you, how much are you going to make with those 3 farms?
We have still not valued
Okay.
like that. So we are looking forward for the funding. And if it doesn't work on, then we continue. We won't give a farm.
Okay. Okay, great.
Because we have gone up till this extent that I don't have the thing about giving a hope. Like, I'm not going to give up. Because at this point, I have created my website. I took a lot of efforts. And yeah, Mohan sir, Nobel sir, he helped me with the website. Thank you, sir. Okay. And yeah.
Great, super. Good work. We'll catch up at your stall. Thank you. Okay, so how did you like the first 3 pitches? I mean, one is fintech, we have seen agri-tech, and the first idea is, the HR or say the SaaS product that has been presented. So one thing that I can assure you all is, whatever in a personal capacity that Metamorphosis can do, we are going to fund few of the ideas. In fact, Shashi was just mentioning that the first temp software, that employee management software, currently we use Zoho. If at all we have some additional features, then definitely we are going to utilize Sarah Satsena's software for sure. And now, we have set the context. You have seen the kind of stage that the students are in, the kind of growth stage ideas that they're all working on. Again, let's go back to the basics, right? I mean, let's go back to the basics and see, why entrepreneurship at this school level, right? I mean, why can't Sarah Satsena wait till her undergrad level or her postgrad level and then see, why can't she, develop her idea then? Or why can't, we have Abhik here, why can't he wait for some more time and then start his idea later? Why this entrepreneurship that we are talking about at the school level? So what I have done is, we have made about 3 panel discussions. the very first panel, let us try to realize why entrepreneurship at the school level. If the panel says that entrepreneurship is required at the school level, then we have another panel that is going to talk about how do we scale this up. If at all we're talking about entrepreneurship at school level, only with Metamorphosis it's not possible. How can we scale this up? How can we democratize entrepreneurship? So we have another panel for that. And finally, once we understand the model of scaling up, then we have invited people from government of Telangana, ISB and all. So we are going to talk about how can academia, government, and the entire startup ecosystem can support these kid entrepreneurs. So this would be the context for today. So let me first invite the first panel of discussion, the need of entrepreneurial education at the school level. So I have called 4 leaders. Okay, in fact, you all know the bios. In fact, they have very big profiles and all. But let me give my way of introduction, my way of the kind of engagement that I had with them. So first let me introduce Ms. Jyoti Reddy, Dr. Jyoti ma'am. I met her about 2.5 years ago, at Sri Ram School. Very aggressive lady. In fact, I would call her as an entrepreneur because she has started the school from zero till, you all know, they have 2 campuses now. They've been doing extremely fine. And the kind of support that we get whenever we go to the school, we have done amazing events in the school. And she's always there as our supporting hand. So let's give it up for, Jyoti Reddy ma'am, Dr. Jyoti Reddy ma'am. Next we have, just now we have seen one idea by Aryan. We have grandmother of Aryan here, Maya Sukumaran ma'am at Geetanjali School. She has enrolled Aryan 1.5 years ago during peak COVID times. We have launched a Metamorphosis School of Entrepreneurship online program. Since then till today, I think she has studied equally like Aryan. She's been going through all our modules. She's understanding, where we are coming from. In fact, Geetanjali, being Geetanjali, they are talking about every good possible club, and entrepreneurship is their first priority. And we have Miss Maya Sukumaran ma'am with us today. And we have Miss Meghna Musnuri. She herself is a mompreneur. Again, she has 2 very enterprising daughters, where they have set up their own canteens in the school. The daughters have set up the canteens in the schools. They are actually running a small-scale business in their school called Fountainhead. And if at all you have LinkedIn accounts, I'm sure you must have crossed a path with Meghna Musnuri. She's been Pride of Telangana. She has been nominated for the Global Teacher Awards, and she's there everywhere in government. In the Telangana education and entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have Ms. Meghna Musnuri with us. And last but not the least, for the past 3 months, I think, with Indus, we have a very strong relation. They've been participating in all the events. We have a lot of parent influencers from Indus. Ms. Madhuri, we're missing her. I'm sure she's watching us live. And we have, the kind of experiments that we get to do. Indus has always been our backbone. And we have Ms. Aparna Achanta today. She is new to Hyderabad to Indus School, and we've been interacting with her for the past 2-3 months. She says, every kid should be entrepreneur, that is given. But apart from entrepreneurship, with these enterprising skills, what else can we do? Can we do something like, say, technology entrepreneurship? Can we do something like, say, film entrepreneurship? Can we have multiple facets of these entrepreneurial skills? So that's our vision, and which we resonate really well. And we welcome, Ms. Aparna Achanta ma'am today. So, with big round of applause, let us call all the panelists today. Jyoti Reddy ma'am, Maya ma'am, Meghna Musnuri ma'am, and Aparna ma'am, please join us. And the need of entrepreneurial education, the panel, I really want the kids to understand, why you are all going through these entrepreneurial journeys. Take very beautiful insights from this panel. And let me hand over this mic to Dr. Jyoti Reddy ma'am. She'll be moderating it. She'll be drawing the insights from all the panels. And looking forward to this panel. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pawan, for such a warm introduction about all of us. Namaste and a very happy morning to all of you. It's very refreshing to step out our screens and have these discussions in the physical presence, that too amidst educational fraternity, parents and students. It's an honor and a privilege to moderate this discussion. The topic is need of entrepreneur skills in education in schools. So we are not going to just state the obvious, but going to delve deeper to answer few pertinent questions related to this topic. And it's a pleasure to have these high achievers so that we get deeper insights. Entrepreneurship is a centerpiece of contemporary education. That's what I feel, because it has the capacity not to just create companies, but it gives a scope to think creatively and ambitiously to create economic opportunities in the world. And it gives a lot of scope to the students if it is introduced in schools. Before sharing my thoughts and opinions, I would like to have our panelists to answer my questions. So the framework of the panel goes like this. We are going to have 3 rounds because Pawan gave me, ma'am, you have to manage in 30 to 45 minutes. So please welcome me if I interrupt, so that I caution you if you are taking longer time. Already we are running late as per the agenda. So in the first round, I'll be asking questions based on your past experience and the profiles. I was going through your profiles. The second round leads to the other set of questions. Third round is your answer is going to be like objective type, just one word or a phrase. Okay, here we go. Let's start with Aparna ma'am. Your question comes in 2 parts. Being the head of IB Continuum School and evaluation leader across IB schools and spearheading IBCP program, which is International Baccalaureate Career Program in Indus schools. In this context of National Education Policy 2020, what are your thoughts? Is it a good idea to introduce entrepreneurship skills at the middle school and high school? What are some potential benefits of introducing entrepreneurship skills?
Good morning, everybody, and great to connect with the students out here. Thank you, ma'am. And to begin with, I would definitely go a little into the why of should an entrepreneurship even be introduced or even be talked about at this level out here. And I think every country, it's very, very important that education is something which is very planned and organized and should have a why and an intent there. And that's how I welcome the 2019 NEP out here, because I think it's come at a very opportune moment. And because during the pandemic, I think all of us have realized that it's the economy which is going to go forward and drive the nations all over the world is the innovation economy. Now, if it's innovation economy that's going to drive the world, and if our students who are probably in grade 4 or grade 6, forget about the children who are in 16 to 19 age group, what are we preparing them for, right? So are they going to be the jobs that we are talking about them in the classrooms now? I don't think so. I don't think so. We are even aware what is going to entail these young minds out there. Now, if we are preparing them for a VUCA world that's very volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, then I think all that we as educators and think tank out here, Mr. Pawan, should do is to build competencies in them, right? I'm sure everybody out here understands that there's a subtle difference between skills and competencies, because competencies encompass a lot many skills. So if you're talking about entrepreneurship skills, I think we should probably pitch it a little higher with a big picture and talk about entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset. Now, if it's the mindset that I'm planning to develop in the students out here for future, right, to enable them to launch themselves in the future, I think it involves a few of those things which I would like to, stress out here, right? One is growth mindset. So through whatever we do in the curriculum, it's very, very important that we enable our children to develop a growth mindset, right? So that's progressive thinking. Anti-fragility. I'm sure you started by saying that failure can be a big, probably give us big lessons. I think it's high time that we as parents, teachers, and schools start celebrating failure. So when you start celebrating failure, I think we instill in our children not only resilience, but anti-fragility. Now there's a difference between resilience and anti-fragility, because when your child is resilient, he falls and gets up and then walks. But when somebody is anti-fragile, thanks to the book of Nassim Taleb, and anti-fragility is not only getting up, but bouncing yourself 10 times higher, right? So that something is a part of the entrepreneurial mindset. And then of course, needless to say, it's open-mindedness, because children should be ready to accept feedback and also give feedback. And then another thing which we attenders really stress upon is goal-mindedness. I know all of us are talking about children should have goals, but I think it's very, very important that at every instance they are aware that if there is a vision for my life, a purpose for my life, it has to be broken down into goals. And every day, whatever I do, even if it's probably 10 minutes in a day, and I'm aware that this is going to help me to reach my goal, then you eventually start becoming goal-minded, right? So that's something, another thing that I would want to instill as a part of that bigger competency. And the last but not the least is the business competency. I think that's where I would suggest that obviously this whole thing should start much early, because the children should be aware that I need to pitch myself first. Forget about the idea. If I need to pitch myself, I need to become a brand of myself, then I need to be self-efficacy, right? Now, if I need to develop self-efficacy, I need to be self-aware. So I think, Pawan, what the NEP should do, right, which of course in the other questions we should discuss about that, is not only to make our children have an entrepreneurial skills or a mindset, but to become life entrepreneurs. So that's when I think we are preparing them for life, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am, for that answer. Focusing on why. Most of the times we hear these statements like there is a lot of gap between educational institutions and the industry. And educational institutions are not graduating makers, doers, thinkers with that cutting edge the world needs. So maybe if we start right from the schools and bridge the gap, focusing more in higher educational institutions, so that as a whole package we can give entrepreneurs in the form of our children to the society, if they choose entrepreneurship as their focus area, right? Now my next question goes to Ms. Maya. Having worked in this domain by introducing an entrepreneurship club, first of its kind way back in 2015, with an age group of 10 years olds, right? Can you please answer this question that, are there any cons to students learning entrepreneurship skills at a young age? If yes, how do we address them? Ma'am has mentioned it's needed, it gives a lot of cutting edge as pros, but I want you to focus on cons of introducing entrepreneur skills. and solutions if you say yes.
See, I think you take any topic that will have their pros and cons, but introducing entrepreneurship skills in students, I feel have more pros. I don't look at cons in introducing the skills into students. And I feel, yes, age between 8 to 18, that is the age bracket where the children are in school and we can mold them. So I would say maybe as an entrepreneur, there would be cons, definitely, and there could be like simplicity is lost. Then you have, lot of, if you can get into depression, you can, there are a lot of things, anxiety, there's obsession, but these are for maybe when they are an entrepreneur. But if we develop certain skills, even how to manage a success, see, we all talk about how to manage failure, these have to be taught right from school level. And the reason is, I think everybody knows of the story of Thomas Edison when he said that 1,000 times, how can you fail? He says, no, I have only found 1,000 ways in which you cannot invent an electric bulb. That is a very positive way of saying that yes, there will be another way wherein we can invent an electric bulb. So I think handling failure is spoken about by a lot of people, but people don't talk about how to handle success. Okay, sometimes it gets into the head, isn't it? And to bring them back grounded, it's very, very important. So I would not like to say more of cons, because no, I don't believe in cons in teaching the skills. There's something in psychology called grit. And what is grit? Grit is a positive non-cognitive trait wherein, it's based on, for anybody with perseverance and passion. So this is a very, very important book. I think many of you could have read the book by Angela Duckworth. So if you have read the book, you understand actually what is this entrepreneurship is teaching you how to, is teaching you that word grit. So there are very, very important skills. Another thing, we speak about what? We speak about how to face problems, isn't it? How to, problem-solving skills. Everybody talks about it. But how to identify the problem and how to describe the problem is another very important skill that you need to learn early in life. So it is not only that after becoming an entrepreneur, because then you are not aware, so I feel a student learns the skill whether he is or she is going to be an entrepreneur or choosing a career of their choice. Then there's something very, very important learning that has to happen in right from 10 years is how to avoid the, there's a Lala trend that goes on. I think all the young entrepreneurs would know about it. The moment you have a startup, okay, if it's successful, you have your set of team who are there with you to work for you. But the moment you feel that, no, this is not taking off, they start leaving and find better prospects for themselves. We are not training them. No, you stay. And how you can bring it back, how to bounce back. Isn't this a very, very important trait that you teach? That is why whenever there's anything, I do a lot of reading on these aspects. What is required, for tomorrow? For tomorrow, we start working on it. And in fact, a lot of aspects of NEP, which we had already started a few years back. And because always, I think as school leaders, if you don't keep thinking, if you don't keep understanding and having future plans, there we, as leaders, I don't think you should remain there, because unless there's passion with perseverance, I think is the ground for everything. So I'm sorry, I did not want to speak on cons, because I don't feel there's cons to teach a skill. So
Wonderful. Personally, I don't like to use the word problem, because always I feel that everything is a concern to be addressed, right? So it's not required to look from the aspect of what are the cons of introducing entrepreneurship in schools. So I loved your answer, ma'am. And one more thing, introducing entrepreneurship in schools definitely gives an opportunity to the children to become more resilient, because unlike in higher educational institutions, schools give a lot of importance to SEL quotient, socio-emotional learning, emotional balances. That's what we are doing now in the physical scenario after pandemic. So how to control their emotions, how to embrace the failure, all those softer aspects are addressed in schools. So if entrepreneurship is introduced in schools, children get to know how to be resilient, how to accept failures, and once when they get into the real world as grown-ups, there is no look back, because they only understand that failure is a stepping stone for success. Thank you for that answer. Now it's your turn, Meghna ma'am. Now, okay, you worked and played a proactive role to leverage technology in the domain of school education as soon as you came from abroad, right? So may I ask you this question, taking your background into account? Internet and digital media provides unlimited, unfiltered access to knowledge. How can we structure this for successful optimization?
Thank you so much for the beautiful question. Good morning, one and all. Thank you, Mr. Pavan, for creating this platform. And I really appreciate the students who, I'm so looking forward to listening to all their ideas, because, this is what I usually look for whenever I know about Metamorphosis. Like, it triggers the creative quotient of everybody, including the students and also the leaders of the schools. So when it comes to your question, ma'am, about unfiltered information available online, see, it primarily depends upon the school leaders, how we inform our children about digital citizenship, right? Like, the do's and don'ts, and when they come across certain information, which is, and how do they evaluate or validate the information that is available is also very important, because that's one of the major skills that we as school leaders have to imbibe in our students in today's requirement. Right? So, yeah, I'm more inclined towards technology because, I feel it makes my life much more easier. That's the only reason behind that. But again, I feel that children of this age, they are born with it. Like, they come with a lot of information already, because there's so much of it that we feed as well. So, for them to actually face that very uncertain world, let it be not, like, even in technology as well, we will not know what the technologies that we might use in the future, but if they're exposed to all of it from right now, they will understand. And as leaders, we need to understand, like, what is a better way to introduce these things to our students on a day-to-day basis, because there are certain technologies where you need that emotional quotient, to be able to handle it as well. So entrepreneurship is a right platform for us to actually try and create that emotional quotient in children, or build that emotional quotient in children to be able to adapt to these changes in technology, right? So, because I would strongly feel that, like, entrepreneurship for me, if you ask me, is nothing but creating or introducing preparedness mindset for the children. So it is actually helping them to face the uncertain world. Both, technology as well is a major part, is going to play a major part in that. And also increase, as ma'am said, increasing the grit and trying and creating opportunities for them at this level. It's trying to help them understand how the real world works, because most of the time what happens is, as children, we always tend to think that they are not supposed to know how the real world works. It might hurt them, or we do not want them to deal with the repercussions of things what's happening around. But I feel as an educational institution or as a school, we have to lower our walls between the real world and the protected environment in the school. I do not say that we should not have a protected environment, but children will come out with their best when they are exposed to problems, and when we are focusing more on the solution-based environment. Because I think at that age, when we say the middle school, right, that is when their creative levels are at extreme, and then they wanted to understand whether this will work or not. See, they're not always looking for success here in the schools, right? At that age, they only wanted to experiment, and they wanted to understand whether this will work or not. So this in turn is creating that grit in children, trying and understanding, okay, let me give it a try. Let me understand how this is going to work. If it doesn't work, yes, they might be having certain, disappointments, but then they don't want to give up, because they wanted to make their mark. Somehow, they wanted to get into the good books of their friends, they wanted to get into the good books of their teachers, they wanted to get into the good books of their parents and their neighborhood and all of that. Because recognition is something where children crave for, right from that. Because until then, it's all about how does this work, how does that work. From the middle school, it's all about it's all about validations about themselves, right? So I feel entrepreneurship combined with technology is going to play a major role in shaping up or molding these younger generations. And as education leaders, I think we should be more adaptive. We should be giving a little bit of free hand. And because, see, if they are exposed to something which they are not supposed to be, we should be there to tell them, this is something we don't want you to get into, because these will be the repercussions. Because no matter how much you tell them, until unless they do not experience, is not when they do not learn it actually. So I feel yes, everything comes with its own pros and cons, but as leaders, we should be able to help them understand how do we arrange these filters. In case something passes through this filter, how do you handle that particular situation is also very important to learn right from a very young age.
Thank you. So I took the word digital citizenship from your answer. So audience, to wrap up the first round, we got answers for why not, but with conscious efforts and leveraging technology to make entrepreneurship a beautiful experience for our children in schools by hand-holding them and taking care of them from other aspects, at exposing them to the digital world outside the school campuses. For round 2, only 2 sentences answer I need, right? Yeah. So, let me go to the first question of the second round to Archana ma'am. Does adding entrepreneurship at mid-school level require readiness on the school's part in terms of infra or even teacher training? What are your thoughts on collaboration with experts or edupreneurs outside the school? This is one of the platforms that we are here. So can schools manage on their own to meet this need, which is very crucial? Is it necessary, is it okay to partner, collaborate as education fraternity with outside world? So what is the preparedness of schools if we want to introduce and take it very seriously?
I think, schools have to take it seriously, because I don't think we have an option right now. Now the second part is should the schools be prepared for anything? Yes, of course, the school should be prepared. Schools cannot plan. In fact, none of us can plan because then the pandemic came and everything changed. So, but what we can do is we can prepare, right? So, if we are preparing ourselves, I think it has to be a bottoms-up approach. Now, if it's a bottoms-up approach, I think it's high time that the government tells us probably what to do, but I think it should start from the teachers themselves. So if the schools want to prepare, I think they need to invest in capacity building of teachers. Now, when I say capacity building of teachers, it's not probably throwing them into a few more trainings out there, but something which starts from within. So you need to train your teachers through self-development, because we strongly believe that self-development precedes professional development. I think that's when the bottoms-up approach will happen, and that's where I think I agree that it should start. Schools don't have an option, but then it's capacity building of teachers that I would like. I just would take a second more to say that if you want the teachers to become entrepreneurs, or let us say the students to become entrepreneurs, then the teachers first should become entrepreneurs. So that's the hands-on job that they need to do. I think it's time that we as educators should understand that probably we can start something like an entrepreneurship inside the school. Yeah. Get the teachers to get their projects, start doing something on their own, children will tag along, because we are their role models. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So let me change the order. Now it's the turn of Meghna ma'am. Thank you, Aparna ma'am, for that answer. Short and crisp. Entrepreneurship is something that needs to be done responsibly, right? So what measures required to be taken to ensure that this is possible, or these programs are value-based? Only in 2 sentences, Meghna. Already you have explained on this aspect also in your previous answer, but still in 2 sentences.
First, we need to help our students understand the meaning of sustainability. So the minute we make them realize, how do you build your solutions which are sustainable, I think that answers what is required.
Wonderful. Maya ma'am, now it's your turn. Entrepreneurship entails continuous thinking and involvement. What kind of mentorship are we talking about when we say entrepreneurship for school students? This would play a key role according to me. What sort of mentorship that you are looking at in the schools?
In the schools.
Yeah, is it only a subject, or
no,
what kind of mentorship?
I would like to say the first sentence would be an integration of vocational education with the education imparted by every institution in partnership with industry, I'm sure is going to first step to develop the entrepreneurial skills, and we are also satisfying the implementation of NEP 2020. So that is my first statement. The second statement I would like to tell is integrating the subjects and keeping the base. I would like to tell, we have done a sample of it last year. Just wanted to check whether we can integrate entrepreneurship into your academics. And actually, I have a teacher who has done it successfully with her team. And so I think integration, keeping entrepreneurship as the core, and integrating various subjects like accounts, business, physics, computers, everything around that business plan by the student. So involvement of student, teachers, and integrating the subjects, keeping core as entrepreneurship.
Yeah, thank you. With that, we come to an end of the second round. We proved ourselves that we teachers or we educators can be as long as possible or as short as possible. We are very flexible and adaptable. Now it's only one word or one phrase round. One word in terms of the impact that we are going to see if entrepreneurship is taken very seriously in school scenarios. Aparna ma'am.
I think then it will validate the purpose of education, which is to prepare the children for life.
Maya ma'am.
The The impact, I think, the world will see, because we're creating young generation who would use their mind in the right direction.
Say, then we will be creating responsible leaders, which are needed for the world in the future.
Thank you so much. With that, all the 3 rounds are done. Pawan, it's just 32 minutes. So, yes, we got wonderful insights, and I do not want to, again, explain, adding my own values. It's time up.
We just open the panel for audience. Any questions from the audience to the panel? I think we have a couple of questions from Chaitanya. Yeah, ma'am, I think you have.
First of all, I would say the best part was when you said the time. That was the utmost need of the day, and every citizen, for that matter, every young child should know how to value time, and that is a great entrepreneurship skill. That should be put into every child. So I would like to ask my own principal, Mrs. Maya Sukumaran, what do you think we should do to, since entrepreneurship skill is there, and with time, as time management, what exactly a school can do or take efforts to instill that time management, value time in students?
I think that can be instilled when we practically do it, and we follow that, because children keep observing us, and I can assure you, if things are planned beautifully, using all these important skills that are required to impart education to children, that would be the best time management skill. Automatically it comes in them. And I'm sure you have experienced it. We had such a huge topic that had to be taught, and with 3-4 teachers pulling in, the entire chapter got over in 1.5 hours, 2 hours, which would have actually taken a week. So I think that itself is your time management skill that you have practiced and imparted to your students.
If I can answer out of turn, I think we need to move from time management to energy management. So if we manage the energy of the children and keep them continuously engaged, I think you'll get the results.
Ma'am, then what do you do about the phrase which सब कुछ हो जाएगा, चलता है?
Chalta hai, ma'am, is also because the
I
children...
think this generation speaks of that word a lot and they relate. सब कुछ हो जाएगा, चलता है, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
I think the chalta hai attitude is because we have not taught them to pursue excellence. So once they learn to pursue excellence and they set a benchmark for themselves, which boils down back to self-efficacy. If I know, because I think, therefore I am. So if I know where I can go, and I know that I can pursue excellence, everything else is incidental. It will fall in place.
Everything should, exactly. Everything should be sustained persistence with passion. I'm sure everything, time management will happen.
I have one more question to all of you. See, often we talk about entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial skills, right? I mean, what Aparna ma'am was talking about, entrepreneurial skills, and the whole event is revolving about entrepreneurship. How can a school teacher or the school management realize the difference between entrepreneurship / entrepreneurial skill? For example, what would you be preferring the most? I mean, more the number of ideas coming out of the school, or the skills, like the 4 skills what Aparna ma'am was talking about? Do we need to focus on that?
So there's a difference between the two. And for entrepreneurship education, entrepreneur skills are very, very important. So first, instill those skills like how you instill value education. You impart value education to the children. Now, I think there should be a change. All the time, moral science and all doesn't work on children. So I think first the skills to be instilled in the students. Simultaneously, make a child think. Even if you're introducing a topic, let the topic be with a business plan. The plan may be workable. In the course of time, if you feel it is workable, help the child, with all the other assistances. That's what I was just talking to Sanchita and telling her about. I think we need to enroll our children in the Y Hub. Why Y Hub? It is because we want the child to have that entrepreneurship education in them.
So, So, Pawan, I was also thinking that as a school, instead of focusing on the skill, I think we should focus on creating an ecosystem. Where the child becomes self-directed. The child feels the need to learn something. So once that ecosystem, in whichever way, right, there'll be trigger points there. So we create an ecosystem and then we do it. So at Indus, you're aware that we have something called as Startup U. So this is a dual curriculum that we follow, and right now when I'm speaking, they are actually interacting, on some of the platform with the business leaders out there. So they are triggered that these are the things that I need to learn. So I think the schools, rather than focusing on skills, need to create ecosystem. And if the child has that, killing instinct or intrinsic motivation, he'll pick those points, he or she, right? Yeah.
I would say that it has to go hand in hand because one can't do without the other. And as school, as ma'am said, an ecosystem, you need to create a platform and not judge it whether it will work or not before even giving them a chance to actually go ahead and do it. Right? Every opportunity should be given them, or every opportunity should be given to the student to try out whether their idea will work or not. Because without trying out, we can't just say, this somebody has already done it, I don't think it will work, or things like that. Because the timings must be different when the others must have worked it out. Your timing is different, and then the requirement must be different at different stages and all of that. So it is always better to create that kind of a platform for them to actually try and learn. Because otherwise, entrepreneurship will become another subject which can become boring as well, which until now it is not. Until now it is not, definitely, but it can become boring when you're only concentrating without the skill. Yeah.
Hey, this is Bikram. I'm a parent of Pratham. He is participating here in Rohan Mahanti's group. I have a question. I think we are talking about the excellence, bringing excellence to the kids in the entrepreneur education. How do you teach failure? Now that has been one big question these days because kids don't accept failure that easily. Entrepreneurs are meant to fail. After 4 or 5 failures, I don't know how many failures they have to go through to get to that excellence. Come what may, it could be anybody. So how do you teach failure? That's my one question that I would like to ask to the panel.
So at Indus, one of the things that we do is have something called as an innovation curriculum. One of the things that we teach them in innovation curriculum is design thinking, right? Now, design thinking has become a way of thinking for all the children at Indus, and one of the things that we teach them there is to set challenging goals. Now, what are challenging goals? Challenging goals are goals which are set for 50%, with a 50% failure chance. So when these children set their challenging goals, so then we are actually setting up them to fail, but not become failures, right? So at all the time when the question was asked about mentoring, I think that's where the mentor should step in, help them to set up those challenging goals, assuming that that kind of a scenario is there where the child will fail, but will not become a failure. So I think one of the things that schools can do is help the children to set those kind of goals.
Trust, I think we all should gain as a school, as a startup ecosystem, and as parents. I think we need to create that cushion to the parents, students, so that they'll have a lot of liberty to fail, lot of freedom to fail.
So
That's
we,
the Lala culture I was talking about. That's the Lala culture I was talking about, because they don't like to be in an organization where it's dipping, not getting exposed to, now I need to pull it up and find my ways in how it can bounce back. So that is a culture that has to be taught to the children right from school. But for that, to face failures, parent support is very, very important, because many a times there's a lot of parental pressure. So but the moment I face a lot of parents who come and say, but he's not doing well, he's good in this, but what about academics? See, we have to identify as parents, you should know what are because every human being has some quality. But the moment you recognize that and you make a child recognize that, there is a difference in attitude in a child. So it's along with parents that we need to build this. It's very, very important to build in the confidence. Now with my grandson, I actually didn't know what, I knew he's working on a project called Wagon Express, and there was a different presentation altogether which I had shared with Mr. Pawan. But what he presented and what he said was totally different. He didn't want to share it. So that is the confidence you build in a child. Leave it to the child, let them come up with their. So what they speak will be, it's not all the time that they have to refer to anything because somebody has helped. You are speaking what you have done. So there is more confidence in that, and give that opportunity. And I don't think there's any age bar for that. So when he started, he was some 8.5, 9-year-old. Now he's 11. So I don't think there's any age bar. Allow them to think. There's no.
yeah. So I just come from a different angle. Yes, theories are always beautiful than practicals, right? So as ma'am mentioned, there's a lot of support required from the parents, but as educators, from the point of schools and educators, what I would like to share is, like how we celebrate success stories. We should start celebrating success stories after failures. Right, we have to expose the children that it is okay to fail. It's not okay to say, it's okay to fail. But are we acknowledging the failure also and saying that, okay, you have failed, you have not failed, your attempt has failed. We are there to support you, to show that what you are thinking is success. For us, it is okay. So how many of us as educators and schools are creating this environment makes a lot of difference. So we speak about success stories. We bring as guest lecturers, for guest lectures and chief guests, special guests for various events, various occasions, only the people who are in the limelight. Are we focusing on getting the people who are not in the limelight, who have seen a lot of failures but still they achieved success? So are we creating that environment? So we have to create that ecosystem, like how we are expected to create the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. We have to create the ecosystem to make the child internalize the fact that it's okay to fail. Yeah. So it should be conscious and specific efforts. So are we calling our parents to schools when we discuss about the gaps of the child with the same enthusiasm as we do it when the child achieves something? So everything makes a difference only with specific and conscious efforts. Thank you so much.
So adding on to that, I would say everything should have a development plan, just in case, like a remedial plans, right? For failure also, if you can actually showcase there is a remedial plan that you can actually bounce back, is something that where it'll help the child to be able to understand that this is it's a part of the process, it's not the end goal. And I feel that as parents, we have to own it up before expecting it from our students or from our children.
Yes. Thank you.
I have
Thank
a
you, ma'am.
question.
Thank you for wrapping it in the right time. And
I have a small
okay.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Last
we all,
question. Yes.
we all agree that entrepreneurship is required skill. But is it important for the school to make it as part of their curriculum, or should that be subtly included in all the activities that the school usually conduct?
Thanks, ma'am. That's a
Yes.
good question.
In addition to that, what is the role of the parent, when the kids are navigating their regular curriculum, which they have to go through? In addition to that, how would they navigate this process of acquiring the skill? And how would parents support that?
Can I? Yeah. See, why education? To prepare them to face the future. Why entrepreneurship? To be able to solve problems, because entrepreneurship itself is like solving problems around us. So I mean, it should be a mandatory, but it should not be, as you rightly said, like it has to be. It's not like in your face, but rather it's taken in different areas, wherever possible. If you were including it, is a subtle way of introducing these skills to the students. And as parents, if you try and understand what entrepreneurship revolves around, why the school or why this particular curriculum is demanding certain things, if you can actually support the child with that, I think that is more sufficient than trying to say, oh, why do the school always have to come up with something that I don't understand? Because it's a process where, see, parenting is also something which we evolve as parents every day-to-day basis, right? Similarly, with all these entrepreneurship skills that children are learning, as parents also, we can also try and evolve ourselves to include these things into our life.
So I think entrepreneurship, it becomes a part of the curriculum. We as teachers and schools become very notorious to then deconstruct it into criterias and then there'll be a rubrics for the criteria, and unfortunately there'll be grading to it. So I would suggest that entrepreneurship should be a culture in every school, right? So we need to, to reiterate, we need to create that ecosystem where every child comes forward to pitch in their ideas, right? And that culture somewhere would start where there is an absence of fear. So I don't think there should be something like a part of the curriculum, but create a very deliberate attempt to create a culture in that school that every child by the end of the year or collaborates, whichever way, right? And comes together and pitches an idea, right? And that, I think, should be more experiential. So he goes down there, looks at the customers, reads their stories, is a part of their lives, identifies their problem. So that would be probably a synthesis of everything, every subject they have learned in the class, right? That, I think, is what should happen. If it becomes a part of the curriculum, it will be on your transcript, and I think that will be the end of the story.
So I just would like to add in, there are two aspects. One is you encourage creativity, innovation, collaboration in every child, and then give them a conducive atmosphere, a conducive place for developing their entrepreneurial plans. So I think a combination of two, that is what we do, all the skills and the platform we give them, integrating it with the subjects, but have an exclusive club wherein we have Mr. Pavan pitching in, and so that their plans are giving them that kind of an atmosphere wherein they start working. So I think that combination of the two is very important.
Thanks for asking that question, ma'am. I think valuation of Metamorphosis has gone up by 10% today. Okay, and okay, thank you so much for your insights. Request you to stay back. There is some token of appreciation by our kid entrepreneurs. So, thank you, Dr. Jyoti Reddy, ma'am. Thanks for moderating the panel. Aparna, ma'am. Okay. So who is going to take this? I mean, you are. Thanks, Meghna, ma'am, for making it, Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity and I wish you all the best.
Yes. Ma'am, I request everyone to stay back because there is a campus tour and also there is lunch followed. Please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, one big round of applause to the panel, first panel. I think we all agreed that there is a need for entrepreneurship, but still, there should be some clarity on, how do we scale this up. Before we move on to the second panel, let's again, refresh our thoughts with, some ideas out here. Let me call the electro-bicyclic idea by Rohan and his team. They got a cycle, okay. Did you guys ride it all the way from the main gate? No. Okay. I request everyone to keep your pitching minutes to less than 3 minutes, so that, people can come to your stalls, they can visit if they want to have one-on-one interactions. Okay, good luck.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rohan Mohanty, the founder and head of the project Electro Overdrive. With me, I have my team. Over to them for the introduction.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pratham Nayak and I am the planning head of Electro Overdrive and second in charge. Hello, everyone. My name is Anweetha. I am the third in charge and the head of robotics of this project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rohan Krishna and I am the co-founder of Electro Overdrive.
So, Electro Overdrive is a smart cycle with many features like a rest motor, pedal-powered phone charger, and many more. Over to Pratham for the other features.
Thank you, Rohan. It must be noted that most features are on the handle of the cycle. On the handle, there will be a buzzer which will act as a horn to alarm other drivers. There will also be a fan for the driver to have some fresh air during the drive. I would like to hand it over to Ansh to continue about the features.
Thank you, Pratham. Now let's go to the advanced features. So the first one is PPPC. That is the pedal-powered phone charger. This charges your phone while you pedal. And the next one is the vibrating seat. This is for the comfort of the client. Handing over to Rohan Krishna.
Thank you, Ansh. Today I am going to explain about PPPC. There will be a cogwheel attached to the back wheel. When the back wheel moves because of pedaling,
Sorry for the inconvenience. So when the back wheel moves because of the pedaling, the cog wheel will produce electricity, thus making the phone charge. So currently we didn't have a spare phone charger, so we're using a light. If you would like to view this feature, you can come to our stall.
I would like to just inform you that you can also have a test drive on this cycle, which may be chargeable. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we also have a lottery. So you can also come for the stall. You can also come to the stall for that, and the lottery winners will be announced at 11:30.
I would just like to let you know that we have a simple drawing of all the features as shown in the whiteboard. So you can see there are alphabets written on the cycle. Each alphabet represents a feature. For example, on the handle lies E, F, G and A. E is the indicators, F is for the fan, G is for the headlight and A is for the buzzer. There are also many other features like that on the cycle.
So I would like to tell my ask for the investors. Can you ask? The one before that. Ask. We are requesting the investors to provide us with 10,000 rupees each. So it will help us reach our goal, 3,08,000 rupees. Next slide, please. Reason why you should invest. We are requesting an investment so that we can make an app for the Electro Overdrive. And get our product in the market within the span of 6 months from the date the app is completed. We can also get a stronger team. Thank you. what will the investors receive by investing? So the investors will receive 2% of equity of our annual rate per investor. Thank you.
What's your projection like? I mean, projection per annum? What is your projection like? I mean, how much are you going to make per year so that I'll get 2% if I put 10,000? 30,800. And how many cycles can be sold?
So if we get the investment amount, complete investment, we can make 10 cycles.
10 cycles. So with one cycle, I'm going to make 2%. With one cycle, I'm going to make 2%, or with the 10% cycles together.
How much ever money we get from all the cycles in the end of the year, it will be divided equally
Among the investors. Okay. So you need 10,000 rupees. Okay, I mean, each. Okay, fine. Good. Nice. I think, are you all carrying your checks, or are you having the swiping machine?
No.
You don't have, then how do we?
Cash or payment?
Cash? No, you're accepting cash. I don't think you should accept cash, then it will become black money there. Okay? Okay. 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 Have a QR code, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Get it with your GPays and phone pays, we'll catch up. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
While going back, ride back. Ride it till the main gate. Yeah. So it gives some confidence for us. So we have one last idea before we move on to the next panel. Let me invite podcast of characters by Anweetha and Sai Kirtina. Good luck.
Good morning to one and all. I'm Sai Kirtina Kandukuri.
And I'm Anweetha Bejikam.
We are the co-founders of Podcasts of Characters. It gives us immense pleasure to be here and be presenting an app that will transform your perspective on mental health issues.
Now, to start off, let's face it, there aren't many organizations for mental health issues. Like for physical health, there are hospitals, etc. For mental health, there is a solution, therapy, but it is very expensive, and for people who are in poverty or financially unstable, it is unavailable. So on this note, we started Podcast of Characters, or POC.
The solution is an app that will enact as a weapon towards a brighter future. It's inexpensive and can provide you a prompt solution. Instead of a therapist, a similar voice will assist your needs. So say hello to POC, a companion that can and will guide you through the right path.
So what exactly is POC? In simpler words, the app has included a podcast with episodes in it. There are other features, but we'll talk about them in depth later on. So in this app, we have episodes with quality research content before we put out to the crowd. There are also other courses that are provided or are available, but these are how we get monetized.
Here's a brief of our product profile. The business idea name is Podcasts of Characters, or POC. Our targeted customers are usually of ages 8 to 60. We have a dedicated team and simple courses to go with the learning. Let's take a look at POC's unique selling proposition. First and foremost, we have a diversity in its usage. Any age or gender can access the app. There's a component known as Write to Us. It's a feature where users can share their problems and a solution will be provided to them in about 48 hours. Anecdotes. POC provides a platform where users can share their personal experiences to inspire and educate others. We also conduct public workshops in rural and urban areas. We're looking to tie up with a few schools and institutions in the future.
So on this thought of public workshops, we have ease of language, which means to avoid language barriers, we'll hire on-spot translators during conducting workshops. Next, we also give quality content, and the content is 100% research before we put out to the crowd. And we also have dark mode, which is one of our favorite features in the app. Our business model is B2C, which means business to customers, which means POC to people using the app.
But why POC? The app is efficient with 100% research, low cost, ease of language, and overall is reliable. It provides mental health care service to those who lack capital and technology. Physical healthcare is available in majority, but mental healthcare needs more prominence because decision-making ability is affected by our mental stability.
So what's for the future then? After the launch of POC, we decide to move across the world and spread the service of mental health issues and the solutions to them. And we've also recently come up with a new feature which will allow users to consult therapists online, including in the app, which we'll be talking about later on and will be put into use soon.
Here is the capital sheet for the years 22 to 23. We are expecting a total of 7 to 10 lakhs, and we would discuss more when you come to our stalls. Here's the overall visualization of our project.
Now here we share our prototype to you.
Like every other app, you need to sign up and you'll be redirected to the home page where all of our episodes are listed out. For example, episode 1. In settings, you can change the profile picture and remove it according to your needs. You can also change the information like your good name or your email ID. History will allow you to watch off any videos you left. There's also call us. You can directly get in contact with us once we have a larger team. And now, this is our favorite part. You can switch between dark mode and light mode. Let's take a look at Write to Us, a feature we mentioned before. Just write the subject and what's bothering you. You write and we solve. The newest addition to our app is courses. You can take any one of these courses and below that, write your experience, so others can also witness. Just type it out and post. It's that simple. That concludes our prototype. Now before we end, let's take a look at POC again. Podcasts of Characters. The name is just as meaningful as its logo, and I'll tell you why. In our personal journey, we've overcome different characters of ourselves, and we believe that there's more to a person than what meets the eye. Taking this theory or experience into consideration, we began this podcast, where we explored different mindsets and will continue to.
So don't judge a book by its cover.
Thank you so much for your time. We'll be available at our stall.
And don't forget to invest in our app because we look forward for the betterment of mental health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice. I think this is the need of the hour, and I think the kind of stage that you're in. So did you onboard any of the therapists or any of the users yet? Okay, great. Looking forward to seeing some good progress. Good luck, guys. Thank you so much. So in the first panel, we talked about why entrepreneurship at school level. We talked little about parenting. We talked little about how do we empower, the parents. How do we create that startup ecosystems in the schools? I think we all agree that this ecosystem is must or it's required. But how do we scale, right? The execution is the key, right? I mean, there are a lot of ideas, but how do we execute? So, so the second panel, what we thought is how do we empower the teachers and mainly the school management, right? The kind of friction I used to get whenever I go to the schools is, will your tutors be coming to the schools or will you be empowering our teachers? We used to say, if at all our tutors are coming in, then they used to give us a big schedule of saying that, per day you'll have to spend about 20 tutors, 25 tutors and all. For us, it's impossible to scale. For us, it's impossible to have about 50,000, 60,000 entrepreneurial tutors. But what is the quickest way to go about is something that we are going to talk in the next panel. Again, let me introduce it in my way. You all know, who are the panelists and, their profiles in their social profiles. First, let me introduce, Hema ma'am. Hema ma'am, 2019, Metamorphosis has created one of the biggest revolutions called Global Schoolpreneur Summit, and Hema ma'am was one of the anchor principles to push it and then do it in that grand scale. And she's been a keen entrepreneurship educationist for the past how many years that she's working with Oak Ridge. And today any idea that comes, we'll first go to Gachibowli, Oak Ridge, and then we talk about our ideas. She's been there. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I welcome you to our panel. Next, we have Meenu ma'am. Even with Glendale, we have a very good rapport. We had done a lot of workshops. We had done entrepreneurship incubator program there in Glendale. And I think today I feel very honored and privileged that I think this is one of the first events that she has stepped out and come together. Let's give a big round of applause to Meenu ma'am. And we have learned a lot from her, how to be managerial, how to be, I'm sure every day she'll have at least about 10-15 meetings per day. I think these are very less. The kind of management techniques that she has, we have learned a lot from her. Thank you for being here, Meenu ma'am from Glendale. We have Deepa Kapoor ma'am from Suchitra Academy. We have done wonderful summer camp. I mean, we have planned to do wonderful summer camp, the kind of ideas that she has given. And for next academic year also, we are trying to introduce film entrepreneurship and, business entrepreneurship at Suchitra Academy. She's been a keen follower of, why entrepreneurship should be introduced at the school level. Thank you so much for having here, ma'am, Deepa ma'am. And last but not the least, Ume ma'am, who has done so many researches about entrepreneurship education, the STEM, robotics, all 21st century skills from New York Academy. She has wonderful, thesis on all of this, and she supports us in a very keen way about, entrepreneurial education. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I request all the panelists to please come. Unfortunately, today we do not have Sindhu. She has fallen sick today in the morning. So I'll be moderating this panel. We'll have very informal discussions. Thank you, ma'am. Please, anywhere. Please. Oh. Please. Thank you so much. So I'll be moderating this, and I'll keep this very open. So I really want you all to be participating in this panel as well. This is a last minute request from Sindhu to moderate, so I need your support to moderate this panel as well. Okay, once again, I welcome you all. I keep spending a lot of time in your schools respectively. And today it's very easy for me to, interact with you all because you're all in the under same umbrella today. First, let me go with, Meenu ma'am. Meenu ma'am, see, what is your take on, the teacher's profession as such, right? I mean, are there any restrictions that comes in your mind when you give them something for your execution? Say, for example, if you ask them to do an event, how much follow-up is required, how much they can do on their own, and next thing is how much you are learning from them. Just wanted to know about that take.
Thank you, Pavan, and I'm really, I feel refreshed sitting here, stepping out of my comfort zone, yet being so comfortable and enjoying every moment. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity and thank everyone here because there are advantages of being on the second panel and also disadvantages because so much of resonance of what we wanted to, or rather I wanted to say, has already come out, and that is very nice to know that we are all on the same page. And I would also like to take this opportunity of congratulating all the presenters, the children who came here and presented. What I loved about them was that they were thinkers, they were ready to go and take risk, and also their communication skills and the presentation skills. So much to learn from them as adults, as educators. I think that's very important. Thank you once again, and with Metamorphosis, we have a very old relationship, and I hope it continues for years to come. Talking about teachers, teacher profile, and
how much are they good with the follow-up and things like that. Well, it is given that teachers, I always call they're the firefighters, they are the troubleshooters. Teachers by default have answers to questions, how right, how wrong, but they are there as a huge support system. Whether you approach them or not, they're very proactive. And coming from a background of group of schools where we believe that there's leadership quality in everyone, I think teachers they are innate leaders because they have solutions. But I feel unfortunately in the present times they're too toned down by a lot of rituals that by default come in a school ecosystem. And it is here where we as educators, because I think by default we are all entrepreneurs, we have to empower our teachers to play the same role while they go ahead and do the same with the students. I think when I was listening to the panelists, they all have a lot of passion. We all sitting here have a lot of passion, but when we go back into our offices and we start working, I think somewhere, let us be honest, we do get into the routine rut and the focus is lost. So much to carry from here. How much will be implemented? It's something different. As partners in education, I feel parents, educators, we need to create a system where our teachers are empowered so that they empower the students. I think we have a gap there definitely because a lot has to be done as per structure and we need to step out of that if we want our teachers to go beyond what they are doing, and they're doing a remarkable job. But we need to take them ahead in order to bring that a little ahead trait in our students.
Right. Thanks for this insight, ma'am. I completely resonate with what you're saying. Because teachers are the firefighters. They are the ones who are executing, your visions. It's all good. So my question is to Ume ma'am here. Just want to know, what are the skills that you observe while you are recruiting a teacher?
Good morning, everybody. I agree with her, by the way. There were so many things that we had in our mind, I'm sure, that have been presented. Repetition is always good. So please, in advance, we apologize if you keep hearing the same thing again and again. Now, when it comes to the skill, whenever I interview my teachers, I'm clear in my head, I tell them that content is something I'm assuming that you know. That's the reason you're doing what you're doing. So we don't dwell deep into that. We know through whatever work they have done. I think the first question that I ask them is, are you a learner? Are you open to learning? Because everything, whether it's entrepreneurship, anything in life, I think the amount of changes that we are dealing with, the uncertainty that we are going to have, one has to learn, unlearn, relearn, and be in that circle throughout. So that is one of my major questions that I have for teachers. The other thing that I ask is for initiative and flexibility. Because I always say that it's not enough for a teacher to perform in the classroom. That's the least that you expect. We want to see the impact of every teacher on the whole school. And I believe that you can have people come in and give you workshops and do everything, and as she said, you might go for a couple of days, but you come back and you get into that routine and you forget. What keeps you alive in learning and growing is when you have that collective wisdom in your staff members. So we try to bring people from different backgrounds. And we keep reiterating that we really are counting on what you bring to the table. And we want to see the glimpses of that. So I think it's how open you are to learning, how flexible you are, and do you have the initiative?
Got it, nice. I mean, these are three things I'm sure, even it works for our startups as well, openness to learning, the flexibility, and, the ability to wear multiple hats in a startup is something that we also look at. Now, I'll come to Hema ma'am. Of course, I get a lot of insights from her off the records also. Today, on the stage, I just wanted to understand, a lot of edtechs are coming. There are, a couple of my friends, they're also running on edtech firms. you take, I don't want to mention few names of the startups, but today you are kind of seeing the edtechs are kind of replacing teachers, right? I mean, say, anyone come up with their own platform, they can get the content, they can push it out to any number of audience. So how are you protecting a teacher from this kind of edtechs, right? I mean, say, and what makes a teacher being irreplaceable in a school?
I think, yeah, sorry Pawan if I've been giving you a lot of advice, because as principals I think we feel entitled to give advice everywhere. So you've been reiterating that, so I think it's weighing on me. But yes, it's a very important question, because especially during the pandemic, we saw a whole lot of online resources and online platforms, and a whole lot of our parents who felt that they can withdraw their children from schools and then register there, and then now they're coming back. If they are so good and they're so effective and they're so amazing, then why are parents bringing back their children to school? We need to question that. And I think definitely teachers cannot be replaced. That's something that we definitely go by. Teachers bring in the human aspect, they bring in the connect. They are the role models for children. They teach them life skills. They are always there to ensure that the support system, be it at home, is happening. They are advising parents as well at different levels. And it is a collaboration between the parent, the school, and the student that together works for everyone. So teachers cannot be replaced, be it by robots or by edtech companies or any such new age technology, because right from the Guru Siksha system that we used to have centuries ago to today, where in a classroom, the teacher is the one moderating the learning, connecting the dots, and ensuring that each and every child is benefiting from the collaboration and the teamwork. Now, this cannot be replicated online.
Yes,
ever.
yes. I agree with you, because calculators did not replace mathematics teachers. So I think it's in the similar way. Okay, I'll just extend this question to Deepa ma'am. Right, I mean, right now, one thing that you see in the teachers, right, I mean, that irreplaceable skill, right? So out of those, what will be your prioritized skills? In the first three from the teachers, with the kind of online threats that are coming in and all of those. Of course, it's not a threat, but for them to compete against this machines or something, what are the first three priority skills that you would suggest?
Yes, namaste everybody. So I feel the first and foremost skill that a teacher should have is the right attitude, of connecting with students. As ma'am said, that this is something that is irreplaceable. The emotional connect that a teacher can have with the students cannot be replaced with anyone else. So I think the right attitude is what a teacher should be possessing. That is important. We cannot do without technology anymore. So that is a skill that a teacher should possess now. We definitely need teachers who are adept with technology, can connect the outer world to, the global to the local, as we say. Extremely important that we do that for our students to be global citizens. So that is definitely very important. And the third skill, I think, is being grounded. Also, at the same time, trying to ensure that each and every child in the class is touched upon in some way or the other. So I think these are the three important skills that a teacher should possess. When it comes to entrepreneurial skills in teachers, I think in some way or the other, if you see, a teacher gets that into the class, some way or the other, I feel. At whatever age level or grade level, if a teacher is teaching a particular topic, say for example, it's food that the teacher is doing. I'm sure the teacher in some way or the other will, and I'm sure all of us would have done that, will say, okay, let's have food stalls. Let's have, children selling that to maybe the older kids, children buying stuff, seeing how it works in the market, what is the cost that goes in the market. and then making money out of it, isn't it? So those are small steps in which a teacher becomes, is teaching entrepreneurship to students at the lowest level. I would say, the very basic skills that you learn, you teach them at the primary level. And of course, it goes higher up to say, in the older classes where children do, if they're doing crowdfunding, or if they are going into, building maybe some kind of funding for, their spaces. So I think that can also happen once it starts at the primary level.
Right.
So these are the skills I think are important for teachers.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I think what we have realized is teachers play a very major role in this entire educational fraternity in the schools, or you take in the entire higher ed or the senior secondary ed space. Now let us try to understand the best practices on how do we empower these teachers to think entrepreneurial. So I wanted to first get one best practice from every leader here. Minimum, we'll start with you. What could be one best practice to make sure that the teachers are entrepreneurial, so that whatever the vision of teaching entrepreneurship for kids can be achieved?
So I feel that the most important privilege that a teacher can be given is to do her own thinking, own planning, and also the fact that the teacher is allowed innovation, because these are the entrepreneurial skills. And this year, just quickly, I'd like to tell you that when we came back from the pandemic, I have my very dynamic team of 11th and 12th sitting there. We came back and we realized that there were so many entrepreneurial initiatives, right from children to adults, who took during the pandemic. And this year, our focus has been to introduce entrepreneurship as a skill right from grade 1. And if you remember, Pawan, when you came to me and you said, should we start from 6th? I said, come lower. You said 5th, I said, come lower. Because these are skills that need to be cultivated, and not the whole idea of money, business, returns, failure, success. This is all secondary. What is important is that our teachers become independent thinkers, they become independent doers, and when the consequence comes, we shouldn't be judgmental. We should always remove the doer and the deed. The deed can be repeated 100 times, and the doer is excellent doing that incomplete, unaccomplished deed 100 times. So I think that culture has to be brought into schools, and we should not be talking too much about the returns and the money and the success and the failure. We should be talking about the basic skills. First of all, we should now understand that we should stop mollycoddling our children with so many filters in bringing out problems. So we decided we will have think tank in the school. We decided that we will have a 360-degree approach where we will take our community outreach program to underprivileged schools, where we will have them pitch in their ideas. So this year we plan to bring in entrepreneurial skills as a life skill at Glendale group of schools. I'm not pitching Glendale Academy, by the way, getting a cue from what is happening. But this is what I feel, that the teachers need to become independent thinkers, doers, and there has to be a constant and intrinsic encouragement rather than an extrinsic motivation which has got to do with some return in kind or cash or prize or certificate. I think it has to be an intrinsic encouragement where I can bring before you 100 times a failed project and you may still send me back saying you can make it better. So I think that is what we are looking at least in our group of schools.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, ma'am. Ma'am, yeah.
I think what we want the teachers to do with the students is what the leadership should be doing with the teachers. So I think she covered most of it. It's all about giving that autonomy to the teachers, showing them that you trust them and that you are okay with them taking these reasonable risks and then making mistakes and struggling. So when you are there for them through those times, because entrepreneurship is a process, it's a journey. You can't define it saying that there is this one product at the end. I think it's broader than that. What schools have to do is simulate the real life, which is something that we have been talking about since morning, right? Let's not just go behind the content and others, because that's available for free. So if somebody is motivated to study something, they will. But what the schools are providing is this simulation ground where the students are learning what the skills, the attitude, the mindset, and everything that will help them be successful in the outer world. So I think everybody has to embody those, coming from the leadership, teachers, and others. For us, as I said, that's the reason we ask the teachers to take initiative. We ask them to be flexible, to ask for support and take support. We give them truly a lot of independence in their classroom. To think through what they believe is the right thing for their students, because I, sitting in my room, will not be able to do it as well as they would for their kids. That is there. At our school, we have this whole design thinking curriculum too. We have makerspace, in which we encourage the students to go out, empathize with the user, find the problems, and then come back, discuss, define the problem, then design something that can help find the solution, and then keep testing it. So when we do that, this is the same thing that we tell the teachers too. So design thinking is not something that is being taught by one teacher. It is part and parcel of every classroom. So when you are, as I said, it should be your way of life. It cannot be confined into a book or a curriculum, into a rubric, or any of those things. The entrepreneurship, the growth mindset that we were talking about, all these things should be part of a culture where everybody has that shared understanding, common language, and it just becomes your second habit. Every time you think about something, you are not restricting yourself from sharing the ideas, right? Like we were talking about, do ideas come first or do skills come first? It's all a mixture for so many things, and I sometimes feel that we spend so much time in putting them into compartments. It's a natural process. I think humans have evolved because of these innate entrepreneurship skills that we have, all the innovation that we see. Then the schools came in, and that's the reason all the entrepreneurs and innovators had to drop out of the school to do what they wanted to do. So it's important for us to just bring it back, kind of embrace it in its own organic form. And that, of course, leaders have to do it with the teachers, and that would continue with the students.
Thank you, ma'am. Hema, ma'am.
Yeah, I think a whole lot of points are covered by them. But if we actually go back to entrepreneurship, what are some of the aspects? One is creativity. And I heard in the previous panel that it was solving a problem. But I think it's also creating a need, right? I mean, there is no need, but you create it, and then you have a product, and then you create the need for the product. So this is, of course, thinking out of the box. So for a teacher, it's not so much as her being an entrepreneur. It's to bring out the skills from children. And when we talk about student agency, I think that's where. So children have to be involved in the designing of the curriculum. Similarly, we give that power to the teachers as well. That are you involved in that, and how much of input are you giving to the school in terms of how the next year has to progress? And then you learn from that, and then you go back to the board again and then redesign the whole thing. So over the years, I think we have crossed the first stage of questioning, is entrepreneurship required? Are we doing it at our schools? I think we've moved ahead from there. We are now into how are you going to deal with where we are going and what next. Right. So I think the questions have kind of changed over the years, and I think it's for the children to figure out, and they are very smart. They are 2 steps ahead of all of us. So the answers somewhere, I feel, are with them. Right. So let's go to them, let the teachers go to them and figure it out, and then come back to us and say, this is what we feel we should be doing going forward, because this is the need of the hour, and this is what the children are looking at for, and parents probably are also looking for.
Correct. Great. Very well said, ma'am. Deepa, ma'am, your thoughts on the best practices
Yeah, just like Hema ma'am just said, that it has to be, children are, they are full of ideas and full of knowledge. So I think just going back to children, understanding what is it that, that spark in them, and just picking that up, realizing their potential. I mean, what the children have presented right now here, I think it's just so brilliant, and it is only because somewhere, of course, a lot, I would say, the parents have been behind them, they are the support system, the schools have been the support system, and until and unless the schools are not these incubators, entrepreneurship cannot take off. It has to be at the school level, it has to start right at the base, and then only can we expect children to come up to any level. So, right from grade 1, as I said, it is very much possible to weave in. It shouldn't be a separate curriculum. It won't work. It has to be embedded, it has to be woven into whatever the school is doing, It's only then, and it has to be very subtly done. Children won't even know, maybe they think it's an activity, but then there is a skill that they're developing. And it's only then that children, somewhere hone those skills also, and it has to be at the school level. And teachers definitely, I do feel that they have to be empowered. Whatever said and done, teachers are, as said, always firefighting. So how much do you actually expect from them? And until and unless they are not really trained for it in terms of even how is it that it can be embedded into the curriculum, I think a little handholding of the teachers is needed. At the same time, teachers are much capable and are capable of taking it forward in the classrooms. It is very much possible.
Yes. So let me open up the panel. So I'll just have 2-3 questions from my end, and then anyone can pick up the questions, and then we'll open the panel to the audience as well. But what could be the incentive for the teacher, right? I mean, say, don't you think that it's our duty to incentivize the teacher also for learning a new skill and putting in some efforts and giving it to the students? So what could be the best way to incentivize a teacher in taking up another feather of imparting entrepreneurial skills to the students? Open question to anyone. We have Dr. Shanta here in the group. Hi. So if anything that we could get from government of Telangana also for incentivizing the teacher, we can put in our words.
You know what? This is a question that I think we all struggle with. There is probably no system that is incentivizing the teachers as much as they should. And that's the reason we call it a noble profession. Unfortunately, teachers are the most underpaid ones, not just here in the US, all over the world. This is a debate that's there. Incentivizing, I think, the first thing would be the intrinsic motivation. I think as an educator, when you get into this field, I always say that it's important for you to realize what an important job that you have signed up for. And sign up for it only if you're ready to take that toll. The firefighting thing that they're saying, the research shows that after the air control officer, it's the teacher who gives the most commands during the day. So it is a fact that the teachers have to do a lot beyond anybody else's imagination. It has to honestly come intrinsically. There is nothing that can really compensate for it. But I think apart from the monitoring and other things, one of the things that can be done is to celebrate these things. Appreciation for the teachers, I think that's what they long for. Many times we forget to do this. We are in this routine rut of the things that we are doing. We forget to celebrate these small successes. So I think coming together as a team, that is one of the most powerful things that I have observed, is just coming together as a team and sharing your aha moments and your struggles too, equally with that same spirit. I think that's what we can do. I don't know if anybody has a better idea.
Wonderful answer.
If I can go, yes. So I think one other thing that works for me, and we were discussing how do you select teachers, how do you ensure that they're the right fit. I think content we looked at attitude, we looked at, but for me it's always also how much do you love children? Because you are constantly in touch with them. You have to have that intrinsic love for children. You want them to excel. You want them to give their best day in and day out. For that, you need to bring out your best day in and day out. They are on display from the moment they enter school, or maybe if they come in the buses, school buses, till they actually get off at home. They are there as role models for each and every child who's looking at them. So school is a mood-free zone where they have to be nurturing, knowingly, unknowingly nurturing children every minute. So that's a huge ask from a teacher. So like we said, there's no amount of money that we can pay them that can compensate for that. So obviously they're not in this for the money. So they're there because they really want to guide children, mentor them and help them become the best versions of themselves. And I think that goes beyond anything that anyone can expect.
I would like to add one thing. I think the other thing that the educators will truly benefit from is to get the respect that they deserve from the parent community too.
Yeah.
Because, I always say that during the pandemic, the one profession that was missed every single day by every household was only the schools. Hospitals, people may have gone once a week or maybe once a month. Your offices were running fine, you were able to handle everything. But truly every parent, whether they admit or not, many did admit though, were waiting for the schools to reopen. And they did admit the fact that they could not handle 1 or 2 children at home, and they don't know how teachers do it for take care of 18 to 20 students. I hope that stays in the memory of all parents, including me as a parent. That it's not a simple job for educators. Your respect, your trust in them, your appreciation goes a long way. I think it's very important for all of us as a learning community to remember to just give a pat on the back of every teacher and say, we thank you for doing what you're doing. I think that would be something that would be very rewarding for them.
Now, Minimum, your
well, I think I completely agree with what Mrs. Hema and Ms. Salma have said. And the incentive that you can give to a teacher at the end of the day is fill her emotional bank account. That's all I can say. And that comes in different variations. And I feel the parent-teacher partnership has to become stronger for that. Unfortunately, the policies that are made at a next level, the brickbats are received immediately by the teachers from the parents. I think parents have to also be mindful about this. Policies are not made by them. Majority times they are only implementing them. So I think the emotional bank balance, if we all can take care of that, the rest of the bank balance, nobody cares much as teachers.
Thank you for starting that, Uma, because, we were actually at a loss. At the same time, exactly, I resonate with each one of you. And it is just that, whether it is just respect that we talk about or there is no way we can compensate teachers for what they do. I mean, they do it wholeheartedly. I mean, whether it is, I can just think of one instance in my school right now that happened just a couple of days ago. I had this teacher who was accompanying, a grade 1 teacher who was accompanying her students from the skating rink. And she was carrying 10 bags, 10 bags on her own. And, she had the kids walking along with her. And I said, why are you doing this? Why don't you take somebody? No, ma'am, I didn't find anybody. It's all right, kids cannot carry these heavy bags. So it is something that is so intrinsic that comes to teachers, to take care of children and their well-being. And let me tell you, they don't hesitate in terms of, many of them, I would say, a majority of them wouldn't hesitate to say, I would like to do this for my children. So I think a big applause for them, really. Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll open the panel to the audience. Any questions? Yes. I think we have Sahiti there.
change and schools have to change and they have to bring in this whole entrepreneurship ideas and support students. Here we have to talk about the opportunity that we are providing them at the same point. Well, if I'm talking about some cool international student or international school, then it makes a lot of sense, you know, because they're already at this level. They go to a level above, like entrepreneurship, which makes a lot of sense. But there are still people who cannot have proper education that is required for basic knowledge. How do you think society has to change, or government, or people? Like, we cannot always say government has to do this, right? So in such a society where education is becoming a profitable business, how do you think we have to change to provide a platform like this for students who can't even get proper education, is my question to you.
I think entrepreneurship doesn't have not seriously that much to do with education. They are born entrepreneurs. You see an opportunity, you create a market, you then maybe have a model, maybe not written down and presented through a PowerPoint, but I'm sure it's there in the head somewhere, and then you go ahead and do it. It has not so much to do with education. Yes, it can be finessed by the education system, but I think it's a skill which can be taught at any level, at any age group, like we were discussing now. And it is something which is intrinsic in some people, and some people, of course, we need a little bit of training. Not everyone has to be an entrepreneur. People are scholastic, they can go in that field. There are different other fields. This is just a new field which we want everyone to explore. So I think each and every field has its own merit, and it has not so much to do with the background or the schooling or maybe the kind of exposure that they have. That's my take.
I was exactly about to say what you said, because the thing is, as I was saying, how did the whole, how did we evolve as human beings? There were times where there was nothing. They just had the problem, the need, they made it work through whatever they had, and there was no technology at that point. Now, this is again one of the things that we get stuck in, right? That we are now kind of making entrepreneurship synonymous to things happening with technology. As Hema was mentioning, we humans are relational species. There is so much to that connection and everything that is beyond technology. So I can imagine that we can have better entrepreneurs in the communities where there isn't much happening, because the struggle is more. All these things start with need, and there is more need than what we have at this stage where we are kind of comforted by everything. I think what we can do as schools, if you ask, is to have the outreach. That's the easiest thing. I don't know if I can reach out to the government or reach out to anybody else, but I think there are wonderful schools here. I think having a network among ourselves and then reaching out to these schools that may not have the things that we have, and we do not have what they have. So it's like a give and take. I think if our students go and meet with them, understand what their daily struggles are, empathize with their needs, I think that's what we do in design thinking also. Design thinking is very synonymous to all the entrepreneurship and everything that we're talking about, right? So we say that you need to go to their level, connect with them, empathize with them, and then understand. Not just understand their issues, also invite the solution. They might have better solution than you can ever think of. So I think it's the outreach and networking, that's the least that we can do, and kind of create this bond that is ongoing. Again, not something that is restricted to a project. It's a relationship that you have that continues. That might be one of the things that can be done.
So just wonderful. I think we should clap for both the educators who've shared what they've shared. So I'll just quickly tell you what the model of our community outreach program pertaining to entrepreneurship, encouragement in the schools that probably are at a different level is. We're focusing on three things, and that is people, profit, and planet. People, very important. Relationship building, they have so much. Necessity is the mother of invention. They have so much more, probably they're doing and thinking that probably at our comfort level we are not. Second is the profit. Profit again is not all about money. It is about encouraging handicrafts, encouraging cottage industry and planet. Let's not forget that anything that we are encouraging or any product that we are encouraging to be developed or thought about, the planet has to be kept in mind. Today, Sadhguru is all around the globe talking about saving the soil initiative. We decided that, let us do it in a very small way. Green products never run out of demand. So why not talk about people, profit, and planet? Pertaining to this, we have come up with our community outreach program. And just because Salma just mentioned it, I feel it is high time we can only bridge this gap by our outreach program. And of course, government intervention, agencies like Metamorphosis, we can only expect that they add support to our initiative. So, Aditi, right? So when you, Sahiti, sorry. So when you mentioned about schools now becoming for profit, I agree to some extent, but unless that quotient is available, the outreach. So in order to even have a larger outreach, I think that little bit of profit there, I think you need to sensitize the school, the parents and the students that whatever we are doing, we have to give back. That is very important. How much are we giving back? It's just not taking in all the time. So thank you for that question. Deepa ma'am?
Thank you. Yes, Sahiti, actually your question touched my heart also, thinking that, that you thought about it. I agree with everybody, and that was my point too, that it is a community service. It's only through community service that we can bridge that gap. And that, we being at that stage, or I would say that level where we are well placed, it's only we who can help. So teaching students to give back to society is also something, that is the onus of schools, So the school has to do that, and also it's only through our community initiative programs that we can bridge that gap. And we did that in the pandemic too, that we reached out to government schools and had these videos which we made and let it out to them, because we knew that, we all know how it went, that children hardly had access to the online teaching or learning as the other schools did. So it's just that, yes, giving back to society, making children aware that, and that sense of gratitude that the children should have, that they have their own, and there's so many children who do not have it, So it's just that, just like you brought it out. Yeah, thank you.
It's not a question. I'll add it to what our panelist also said. And Sahiti, here I would take this opportunity, I would proudly say our school has reached out already. And with the help of Metamorphosis, we had something called social entrepreneurship in our school. What we did is we told our students, go to that government school. We already recognize, we have already tied up with few underprivileged students and schools. We already tied up with them. We are sending our students, 11th, 12th standard grade students, asking them not to teach the subject, develop a skill if they can find out. Nothing, if you're good at singing, chalo. So, one of them is a good singer also in the class. So obviously go and, so they make it more interesting, and in the bargain they're learning other things also. And the best part what we did is, we provided our own infrastructure, ma'am. You don't have it, come to us. What do you do after 2:30, 3 o'clock? The school is empty. And we did that. So we are already doing it. It's not we are going to do it, we are doing it. So we are reaching out to the society, right? So the generation should know that we are reaching out to the society already. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I added to this point.
Actually, the good part about it is that, with so many schools and the strengths of our school, if we are able to reach out to the communities, I think we are really tapping on such a large number of people who are underprivileged.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Vishnu, and me and my brother co-founded a startup in the space as well. So I had a question to the lovely panel. So my question goes like, obviously I'm sure as educators and as people who work in schools and so on, there is, entrepreneurship and all of these are great ideas, but, once you reach the later part of the school, like, your 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, I'm sure there are like, important things like the board exams and so on that you have to like, sort of shift your focus to, if I may say so myself. So what does it take actually to, strike the right balance? Because, I do think that, entrepreneurship, like a lot of you mentioned, is stepping outside of the box. And, it's great to encourage teachers to do that. But in some level, by definition, these boards do put you in a box, right? In terms of what you need to learn or what you need to teach and what the kids need to learn. So, what does it take to like strike the right balance? That was my question.
I think it all starts with the passion first. I always believe that you never have time for those things. You have to make time for it, right? It's like reading at night. If we want to give excuses, there will be a million excuses, but you have to make time for it. So I think it's the passion. It's self-discipline, it's organization, it's all those skills that are needed. I believe, and this is a talk that we have amongst teachers at school too, you really don't need 8 hours a day to teach the content that we are teaching. If we have kids who are self-motivated, if we have teachers who know how to co-construct the knowledge, if we have teachers who can create that environment where the learner is thriving, you really don't need to go page by page. The learning that usually we account for 45 minutes will be done in 15 minutes and there'll be something more exciting that the students will do. It's the same thing, whether it's the board exams or any competitive exam. How many people really sit throughout the day to do it? A lot of it is because you don't want to do it. The learner in you is tired. You don't know how to organize your time. You don't have those study skills and things like that, right? So I think, of course, that is one of the things that the schools should teach. Test-taking skills, study skills, or time management, organization, disciplining themselves. Once you have those kind of things, and when the kids have this passion and we are nurturing that passion, I believe that they will make time to do it. Everything will fall in place. We really don't have to do all that. What we have done is have made this whole process painfully long. We believe that it should be that long. I hope that at schools, if you can show that doing this math thing is about 15 minutes, let's get done with it and we can have something fun to do, I'm sure they'll do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's the difference between hard work and smart work, right? I think now the mantra is smart work, empowering children to do the same things in a much more effective way. And then again, and in terms of curriculum, the curriculum is changing with NEP coming in. I think they have integrated all of this into the curriculum, so it's already there in the system. And I think once the skills are there, I don't think they go away, even if we take a break for maybe a year or two. So it's intrinsic. So maybe we can just work around that and have 1 or 2 projects, if not the whole year through, right? Thanks.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add from where Salma and Hema have spoken, and to answer your question, one of the things that we should encourage this generation to do is gap year. Now, I have seen this very, very successful in many schools, in the western part of the world, but that's something we should encourage because I think they just step back. Right? So that's when from cognition it goes to metacognition and then they reflect. As to this, that's like something the elite panelists have spoken about. How do I give back? Right? So I'm going from 10th, then to 11th and 12th, then I'm my undergrad and a tertiary education. So I think somewhere as parents and schools, we should facilitate that gap year, and that should be probably a time when, they give it back to a society. May not be in a very structured way, but something which is very, very intrinsic. So I think that's something we should really, really encourage. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, that's a wonderful point. And if we are able to encourage that, actually, I'm sure parents have that fear, in terms of the gap year, that children are losing out a year and how would it work and there would be a lot of questions around it. But at the same time, as you said, if it is structured, I think it can be very, very productive You know, if a child is preparing for any of the competitives, it gives time there. If they want to do any of these community service programs to build their profiles if they're going abroad or any of the good universities, it helps them there. So it is about encouraging children, and we as parents also taking a step back to say, okay, it's all right. It's not such a big deal. Yes. And to answer your question, I would say that it's just about time, how to make time, and if it is structured well, then there is time for everything in school. Yeah, we do make time for everything. Yeah, it is important. Thank you.
So thank you so much, panelists. I mean, it was a wonderful round of discussion. I'm going to share the video of this, I'm sure. And also just to, give one more remark. I think just to celebrate the incentives of the teachers, there is an initiative called Acharya Deva Bhava, where Dr. Jyoti Reddy ma'am does that. I think we should give a big round of applause to her for the kind of initiatives that she's also bringing in. This year, we're all eagerly waiting for that, ma'am. Definitely, we'll continue this panel there. And, we'll see how do we incentivize. And also, we have Dr. Shanta here. So one of my recommendations is, any teacher that is taking up entrepreneurship sessions, or say if at all we are empowering any of the teachers, we'll definitely get back to you on how do we recognize or how do we appreciate the teachers from government of Telangana. If that can happen, I'm sure that will be a great incentive for the teachers. We'll try to make it work, Shanta, on those lines. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Am I getting a memento as well? No. I'll take Sindhu's memento. Thank you so much, the panel. I request all the panelists to please stay back. I mean, in this hall, we have a campus tour and lunch followed. Thank you, ma'am. So we have last 3 ideas and followed by one panel, and then we'll all move to the atrium of ISB and we can have some delicious lunch there. We have Vidur from F3, right? F3 is a movie, so
Good day everyone, my name is Vidur and I'm from Ambitus World School, and today I'm here to present my business idea F3. Me and my sister used to have constipation. That means we had to visit the doctor's office quite often. And on one of those visits, the doctor recommended that we change our diet. And since then, my mother has been adding lots of fruits, veggies and grains into my day-to-day diet, which in return has helped clear my gut. And on one of those days, my parents were talking about how unhealthy fast food chains are and how they only care about making money and not
caring about the customer's health. And then this idea came to my mind, F3. F3 is a bento-based food concept that uses all the 5 major food groups that include vegetables, fruits, grains, low-fat dairy, and protein. We also have unique recipes and styles that not only make our food healthy but also tasty. Our product profile, my business idea name is F3, 3 times more fun. We have lunch, dinner and breakfast packages as well. Our USP, the bento concept is relatively new in India, and there's a huge gap in fast food chains where they use all the 5 major food groups. Our fun and creative presentations make sure that we attract kids. Our business model is B2B and B2C. In B2B, F3 caters to all schools, colleges and corporates in order to give them healthy and nutritious choices, which is the need of the hour. B2C, F3, in order to achieve its maximum sales, we will be selling to major retail stores, and at the same time we will also have a mobile app where they can directly order from the mobile app. Our target customers, we target everybody and all groups and ages. We make sure that it's not only a healthy option but it's also their favorite food. I have a website that I developed. It tells us a little more about my product and helps us download my app. Mommy, how about you escape it now? We have an about. Mom, scroll down. We have an about us and about our product. About our product. Features of our product, and we have a download option. We also have the contact option. We have also developed a mobile app where corporates, colleges and schools can give their login credentials, and from there they can log in via their credentials and choose their food preferences. And we also have an individual option where an individual can come, open our app, enter their sign up and order their food preferences. Our sales forecast is we plan on selling to 2 schools at the start with approximately 1,500 students. At the end of the financial year, we are expecting to make 6 lakh sales. We are planning to sell each unit at a cost of 200 rupees, and by the end of the financial year, we are expecting to make 12 crore rupees. We've divided our cost area, and by the end of the quarter, we will be needing 25 lakhs. That's why we're asking 50 lakhs to run 2 quarters, and with a strong marketing and operations in place, we should be self-sufficient for the 3rd and 4th quarters. Our direct competitors. As of now, we don't have any direct competitors as the bento concept is relatively new in India. Independent sellers on apps like Swiggy and Zomato and McDonald's, KFC, Domino's and other fast food chains. plans for the future. Take over a huge share in the fast food market. Be a great alternative to fast food. To make F3 more popular than normal fast food chains. Thank you.
Thanks, Vidur. I've seen your presentation. Where is your stall? It's over there, so invite everyone to your stall. And
Everybody, if you like my idea, please come over to my stall and I'll give you further details.
Thanks, Vidur. We have last couple of ideas. We have Niyati from Hyderabad. Niyati, you're all set?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Niyati Verma, and today I'll be pitching to you about my idea, Hop Hop. Now, as we all know, times are changing. The 21st century is nothing like your 19th or your 20th century, where jobs were only based on grades. Now, companies are looking at the candidates' personalities, their talents, their skill sets. But unfortunately, I feel that most of the youth in India is not prepared for this. And that's because they don't have any activities that will help them build their personalities. Activities that will help them realize their strengths, their passions. In one word, most of the youngsters in India don't have any hobbies. Why? That's because they don't have the right inspiration or motivation to take up any hobbies. For example, I have a friend and he learned piano and he was quite good, honestly. But then he quit after a year, and when I asked him why, he said, Niyati, why should I pursue piano? I mean, really, what am I getting out of it? Instead, I'll just use that time to do something else. Now, that's the mindset we're trying to change. We here at Hop Hop are trying to build a platform where people can showcase their talents, which will in turn inspire others to take up hobbies. Additionally, to make it easier for hobby learners, we're trying to provide professional tutoring to nurture those hobbies and competitions and events. So your hobby journey, all at one spot. Now going to our business model, we are a business to customer. We earn our revenue through tutor compensations and events as of now, and later on through contextual advertisements and premium plans. We spend on product development, marketing, and human resources. We are an e-learning company, and as of now, this is our market size in the whole of India, sorry. And right now, currently, I haven't recognized any direct competitors in the field, and these are some of our indirect competitors. Our vision is to create a global community for talented individuals to discover, nurture, and showcase their talents. And this is our plan for our first 3 years. Right now, coming to our required funding, if I'm so bold, I would like to ask for 4.8 lakhs, taking into account the human resources and the marketing costs. And I'm pretty sure you all must be thinking, why Hop Hop? Why should I fund Hop Hop? I mean, not only are we the first ever social media platform, especially for hobbies, that also provides professional tutoring, but we also have an attraction in the market, as you can see on our live website. You can also check it out on your devices at hophop.in. This is our homepage, and if you can click on the blog page, we have a live blog with the recent posts. So yeah, thank you so much, and don't forget to fund us. And for further queries, and if you have any queries, please do ask. Thank you.
Niyati, it's not a small ask to forget, what you've asked, so we are not going to forget. So where is your stall? I think you have some interesting way to raise fund, no?
Oh, yes. If everyone can also, when they come to check out the stall, there's a fun challenge going on. So I have bottles of badam milk, and my challenge is that by the time you finish drinking that bottle, I will not only complete presenting to you my idea, but I will also make sure that you're swooped off your feet by it. Not literally. So yeah.
Nice. Thanks, Niyati. We have one last idea named Limpio Naturals. So guys, please keep it very crisp. We'll all come to your stalls after this.
So, greetings everyone. I'm Radha Priyanka and
I'm Anweetha.
So, we just completed our 12th grade board exams and we are from Silver Oaks International School. So, we're going to present a business idea today, which is Limpio Naturals. So, Limpio Naturals is a 100% organic sanitary pads firm, and our sole motto is not only profit making but also educating everybody about periods and eradicating the period stigma or the period taboo. So, like, how many of us are comfortable talking about periods with your partners or your family members? Okay, that's a very little amount of all of you. So Limpio Naturals has conducted many awareness campaigns until now, especially in schools, because everything starts from the school age. When the kids are made comfortable at school age, they'll be comfortable at when they grow up as well. So these are our team members. So our problem statement is that the pads which we use now are 90% made up of plastic. They're made up of a material called super absorbent polymer, which is very dangerous not only to the environment, but also to the woman's health. They cause many bacterial and fungal infections leading to rashes, etc. And they also cause dangerous diseases like cervical cancer, etc. So, as we can see now, there is more and more consumer awareness right now, and people are shifting to an organic world. So, we thought of introducing 100% organic sanitary pads, and also at a very minimal cost at 95 rupees for each pack, which will be containing of 5 pads. And our brand is cheapest among all the organic competitors.
Our project goals are promoting organic products in the future and eradicating period taboo. And our future projects are awareness campaign, employing rural women, releasing podcasts and introducing period care kits. And we have done a SWOT analysis, and you can see. And our major competitors are Whisper, Nova, and etc. You can actually see.
So like, if you could see here, these are the samples, the prototypes which we made. So our pads will be available in 3 sizes. This is small. We're still working on it. We're still working on the duration of the pad. So yeah, this is our prototype. And we made it using simple and everything natural ingredients such as cotton, processed aloe vera gel, neem gel, etc. And so coming to main element, budget. So we're seeking for 15 lakhs with 10% stake for the investors. And as I told before, a pack costs around 95 rupees, which has 5 pads.
By now, all of you know our basic idea. Now let me tell you the initiatives which we have taken. So we have created a social media page, and we have conducted awareness campaigns in our school. So our basic motto is to eradicate period taboo. So at least not a million, at least 10 could change their minds. So by social media and awareness campaigns, I think people might change their mindsets. I'm actually glad that our organization is growing to socially responsible organization. So I would like to end my speech by thanking you, and thanks for being patient. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. You know, 3 months back, you know, when we had a discussion with them, I think the kind of awareness that you have created in your school itself is the biggest success. And I'm sure, you know, we are going to support this through, and we are definitely going to, you know, accelerate this venture. Okay, so thank you so much. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So in the first panel, we discussed about why entrepreneurship education is required in the schools. Second panel, we talked about how can we empower the teachers. We spoke about few best practices. And in the third panel, because if at all we need to democratize entrepreneurship, it shouldn't just come from the education systems, right? I mean, the whole startup ecosystem, the government, academia like say ISB, you know, they all should support, and you know, we all should try to, you know, come together and scale this venture ahead. So the third panel that what we have is how can the academia, the government, startup ecosystems, parents, anyone can actually nurture the kid entrepreneurs. By the way, there are about 8 kidpreneurs ideas that you all have witnessed. Now, how can we all support these kid ideas, and what is the role that we all need to play is something the third panel is all about. For that, you know, we have Dr. Shanta Thautam. She is the Chief Innovation Officer of from the government of Telangana. In fact, she has been, you know, our mentor as well. You know, we have been discussing about Metamorphosis. She has helped us in connecting to the right stakeholders at the right time. I request, you know, Shanta to please, you know, take the panel. We have Miss Monica Arora from the Premier Academy. You know, she's, again, for the past 2 years, Premier has introduced entrepreneurship, integrated in their curriculum also, and Monica is one of the pioneers to, you know, have a flawless model for that. We have Ms. Balji Doprai from Oak Ridge, Bachpoli campus. And finally, we have Ms. Rekha Rao. I know she's an educator. She is, she's representing Obalreddy School. She is a political analyst. She is English commentator, social activist, image consultant, counselor, motivational speaker, rock climber, and mountaineer. I think she's going to wear multiple hats today in this panel. Yes, I would like to moderate this panel because this is one of my favorite topics. Because as a startup ecosystem, I have a lot to contribute to the kid entrepreneurs. You know, and let us kind of, you know, try to change the format a bit. So in this panel, more than me asking the questions, let's have a lot of people, let us involve, you know, a lot of stakeholders here in this hall today. And also let us go with one takeaway from this panel. For example, if at all we think of any initiative, let us see if at all we can get some in-principle agreements in this panel. So this is one thing that I want. If a parent says that I want to contribute a little, let us take a letter of intent from the parent that, you know, they are going to contribute to the kid entrepreneurs. So let us have, you know, 0 or 1, the binary conversations during this panel. Once again, I welcome you all. You know, so in the first 2 panels, you know, we've talked about the roles and, you know, how can we incentivize a teacher, how can we scale this up and all. So first, let me, you know, check with Ms. Monica Arora on, as a school, as an educationist, right? When you are looking at these ideas, on your personal capacity, what can school contribute to these kid entrepreneurs?
Thank you so much, Pawan, and very good afternoon, I'll say now, to all our dear people present here, the parents who've encouraged the kidpreneurs, got them till here, the educationists who've nurtured this whole spirit of entrepreneurship in the schools and brought them here. Pawan, for introducing this concept and giving them that stage of ideating, innovating, and inventing, and bringing them to us here on this open panel. Thank you. And now, as a school, you know, there's no question of now thinking whether entrepreneurship should be introduced or entrepreneurial skills need to be nurtured. Sitting out there, listening to those children over there while they were preparing for their pitch talk, discussing among them, that energy in them, the excitement, it has to be answered. So at the school level, as educationists, anywhere, whether it is as part of a subject entrepreneurship or as a curriculum where we have this going on, we need to ensure that yes, they get that due stage, they get that due partnership, they get that due encouragement to do it. And here, as a school, what we partner with, we have our, person here, Dr. Shanta from Telangana government to support, and I'm looking forward to those programs here, which can help our children also taking it forward. Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am. Now, Baljit ma'am, your take on, as an educationist, how can you nurture the kidpreneurs, the Pitstop kid entrepreneurs out here?
So definitely, I think the first important thing is to nurture, is to respect student ideas. The way when they approach us, it's all depend upon the attitude that we show towards the students, the young minds, the young aspirants, So first thing in our school, we make sure that if any young children, they come to us with any ideas and thoughts, it has been very clearly demonstrated and spoken to all the facilitators that it has to be taken in the right spirit, they have to be listened to. So that is the first starting point, because I think if the children are coming with a problem-finding statement, for us, I think that itself is a very big achievement. And then the next thing is, the next steps for us is to how to nurture that and how to provide that platform or space where they can bring this idea to real. Because sometimes when I look back at the time when we were getting that, it's not that we were not having ideas at that time, but we were not having that stage or the opportunities which we can really hone on and we can really build up and make our ideas real. So I think the best part in today's world is that the children have that space, they have people to work along with them who can make their ideas real. And that is what, as facilitators, we make sure, we are, as most of the schools spoke about, that they have design thinking labs, they have maker space, which was never the case at the earlier generations, right? So here they have time to collaborate with their peers. Lot of thinking that happens, and the ideas get nurtured and they get into real. So it's really nice, and those opportunities to be provided to the students is something I personally believe in.
Thanks, ma'am. Rekha ma'am, pleasure to have you, and your take on, as an educationist, how do we nurture these kid entrepreneurs?
Entrepreneur skills right from grade 3. The reason is that all the leaders who are here, when we look at the activities, what we do in the school campus, somehow it is directly or indirectly, it is related to the skills required for entrepreneurship. So what I feel is that we have to be conscious, we have to be deliberate. I'll give you a few examples, and that will enable us to think that the skills are already integrated. For example, we have Bal Divas or Children's Day, we have Fest. In that we have stalls. Am I right, heads? So in the stalls, what happens? We divide the students into groups. We have a teacher and group of children. They discuss what stall to go for that. When they are discussing, there comes their thinking skills, what is required to be a good entrepreneur. What stall? Eats or games? If eats, they will not go for idli or dosa or puliharu. They will go for those things which is in demand. Am I right? Their decision making comes, they are choosing the product. And again, they are calculating the price. Obviously, they are thinking the profit. Something is wrong with the mic? No. When there comes the skill of choosing the product, so that is one skill. And when they are fixing the cost, how much should be the profit? And when they get the profit, what are they supposed to do? Use it, have fun, or keep it for the next. So there the skill comes. Similarly, when we are taking the students for educational tours, maybe it can be a biscuit factory or a pharmaceutical company, and when the company guide is taking the child or the school and explaining about the company, there the child gets inspired. Similarly, when we take them for a cloth mill, there the idea of apparel comes. So all the activities what we are already doing, it is related to the skills. The only thing is that we need to be conscious. And talking about innovation, what exactly is innovation that we need to understand? Innovation can be a little improvement on the existing product, which is time saving, which is economic and more effective. We also call it jugaad technology. So the things what is happening in the campus, whether it is school or the college, it is already there. Little bit of integration is required by adding SWOT analysis or Johari window, which is going to make a big difference. And talking about Telangana government, ma'am is there. We have VHub, we have T-Hub, and now we are coming about Y-Hub, which is exclusively for the students and for the teenagers. So school is already playing a role. The only thing is that we are integrating, we are consciously we are thinking now. And again, when we talk about annual days, they're the children, they handle everything. Farewells, who's planning? It is the students. And when they are planning, the entire process, operations, is taking place, what is needed for entrepreneurship. So I think we are already into it.
Yeah, so now the question is to Dr. Shanta. So Shanta, you've been a keen supporter of, entrepreneurship at the school levels and all, right? Because, see, most of the work that we see from TSIC or say government of Telangana is mostly for the rural schools or for the government aided schools. So for private schools, is there any incentive or is there any program that government of Telangana or say from TSIC can we see soon coming to the private schools as well?
So, good afternoon everyone. Pawan, before I answer this question, I just realized you have a bunch of women speakers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
Is
yes.
it on design?
Yes.
That's good to know. Yeah. So, we already did this edition of School Innovation Challenge, wherein last year, the first edition, we focused only on the Jilla Parishad high schools, so all the government schools. But this year, our Honorable Minister KTR Garu said, why are we limiting it to Jilla Parishad high schools? We should open it up to all the schools across Telangana. So what we did is we went ahead and we spoke to the Commissioner of Tribal and Social Welfare Schools. We reached out to the Association of the Private Budget Schools. So this year, in fact, we had participation from not only the Jilla Parishad high schools, but also the international schools. Like one of the top winners is from Obal Reddy School. In the top 20, we have participation. Yes. No, this is for an IV machine to kind of prompt the nurse in the hospital, like when the IV bottle is like reaching, like is finishing and reaching to like 60 ml, and then it will prompt the nurse on duty that like that it's a time for change of the bottle. They did really well, phenomenal stuff. So we had good participation, but having said that, like, whenever Telangana government, I would say any government initiative, people will think this is for government, stakeholders. But we wanted active participation from private stakeholders too. So we had very little participation this year, but next year we will definitely kind of look into how we can carve better and kind of entice all the international schools to kind of take bigger participation for sure. I would have an ask here, you have great resources, you understand the system very well. So we wanted your participation not only in the challenges, but also going back to schools, adapting some schools like, these Jilla Parishad high schools, you wanted to give back to the community, but let us put together a framework where we can request the international schools, especially like based out of Hyderabad, tier 1 and tier 2 cities, to contribute like in a meaningful manner. Probably like one of you already mentioned that you opened up the infrastructure for the school, probably students or teachers to, yes, to use your facilities, but like let's make it like come up with a framework, probably like, what exactly you wanted to cater and what resources the surrounding schools, like we can map some schools to kind of like work with you. And another thing is, most of us are aware of Manavuru, Manabiti Badi concept, which will be kind of rolled out very soon. The framework is already in place. Telangana State Innovation Cell will be actively taking part in it, and we'll be understanding what exactly we will be doing in that initiative very soon. We'll definitely keep you guys posted. My request is, please reach out to us. Please kind of keep in touch with us. the Telangana State Innovation Cell's mandate is to nurture and build the culture of innovation across the 33 districts of Telangana. One of the mandates is, that's the vision, but one of the mandates is how would we get hold of the young minds from school age. I'm glad that you guys are already doing entrepreneurship and related initiatives from grade 1, I heard, like from one of the schools. We were in fact thinking of doing some life skills for grade 3 onwards for the Jilla Parishad high schools. But again, the quantum is big, 25,000 plus schools across Telangana. We could do only to certain level, but we wanted more people, more stakeholders to kind of contribute in that space and help us, be our extended arms and ears for sure. So we don't want to limit ourselves to only Jilla Parishad high schools. Certainly we wanted to kind of work with all of you guys, so feel free to reach out to us.
Yeah, is there any way to reach out to TSIC? Is there any, apart from the emails or something, is there any department in TSIC that we could reach out to?
Yes, so we are very active on social media channels. Sorry, I have very bad throat. On all the social media channels, and feel free to reach out to us. Email, social media channels, phone number. We do have a phone number too.
Right.
Yes. You can take down mine for now, 9966 57034. 57034. Yeah, but Pawan has my number too. Yeah, he can share my number, and I'll connect to my colleagues who can help you guys with this. And predominantly, like for the education vertical, we have two very enthusiastic team members, my colleagues Apurva and Samyukta, who are looking into this space. And I'll connect my colleagues to kind of work very closely hand in hand with you guys.
Yeah, we dream that. Also, two things that you mentioned: School Innovation Challenge. This year we'll ensure that all the schools are participating in the School Innovation Challenge. And if at all there is some fair, I mean, it's not just the finalists that we could see, but if at all we have stalls for each school to exhibit their innovations or entrepreneurial ideas, that would be really great.
Certainly, this is really good input, and at the same time, very recently we did a brainstorming session in bringing together the stakeholders in the education space to kind of let us understand what are the gaps and how would we kind of fill those gaps. And one of the interesting points that was made is on doing this at district level, not just sitting in Hyderabad. Although the schools participating are from across the 33 districts of Telangana, but we wanted to do the demo days in every district in the next edition. Yeah. So it will be a next level of school innovation challenge that we will be planning to put together for the next year. So when we do it at district level, for sure, all the schools will participate, and probably we take this input, like having schools come up with their own stalls and school level rather than the top 20. If we pick top 20, we'll definitely think on those lines for sure.
Sure, Shanti.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to truly appreciate the government of Telangana for that matter. Recently, our students have also participated in Girls in STEAM, so a lot of girl students of across the country, they have come together and they have made some STEAM projects. So giving such type of opportunities, I personally believe that I have not heard in any other government doing that. So it's really appreciated. And I think doing such challenges and providing opportunities to the children through symposiums and, basically based mainly on the SDG goals, I think that will give them a pathway and to give back to the society in a big way.
It's not only kind of spearheading these innovation challenges, we do a lot of hand-holding also, if we really see some potential in an innovator and wanted to kind of scale up. One of our use case, I would say, is we keep mentioning this story, Shrija from Chintalakunda, Gadwal. How many of you guys heard of her? Yeah, we are very well disconnected, so very much I would say. So this girl from Shrija, in fact, she met me at T-Hub when I was at T-Hub. She came to kind of understand, look around and visit T-Hub and understand what is entrepreneurship. So she came up with this beautiful idea of creating biopods using groundnut, the shell, the wastage. Usually, that is kind of, it's kind of collected in a village and kind of burnt, and it's not good for the environment too. So she said Rather than using single-use plastic to grow saplings, why can't we create biopods? So when I heard that story, it said like really interesting, and we connected her to TSIC. I was not part of TSIC by then, and we did all the things rightly, I would say, to take her innovation to the next level. Right now, she worked with our another government-led initiative called T-Works. Yes, that's her. Yeah, T-Works, and we created a molding machine for her, and she will be deploying these molding machines in every mandals where she will work directly with Government of Telangana. Government of Telangana has this beautiful flagship program called Telangana Ku Haritaharam. So we made that connect too, so that like she would work with Government of Telangana, and Government of Telangana will procure directly from her. So the machines will be deployed at the nurseries, and she will share the recipe, the recipe, and how to create these biopods. What I'm trying to say is, we talk about innovation, entrepreneurship. Right now we heard 3 pitches. They are coming up with SWOT analysis and everything. But the key is, how would we move these products and services into the market? The scaling is the key. Yeah. So we, Telangana State Innovation, is stepping into that stage also. We are helping, we are doing hand-holding for our innovators to take their innovations to the market. So Shrija right now is working with Telangana CMO's office, and she will be deploying these machines in various mandals. And also we got good interest from other states on commercializing this technology. We filed a patent for her, and it's a beautiful journey by Shrija, and she talks really well about her innovation, and she's thinking on other lines of not to stick with this innovation, but handing over and giving this, establishing a cottage industry for her parents back in Chintalakunta, so that the women in Chintalakunta to work with in this cottage industry, and she is moving on to kind of inventing further things. So that is the mindset shift what we wanted to kind of create in students across the 33 districts of Telangana. It's not like just like you're kind of taking something and kind of building on things, but what are those assumptions these students are going through? How would we kind of help them kind of test their assumptions, move their innovations into the market? So there is a big gamut of things to do for us. Yeah.
Definitely, Shanta. I think we'll ensure that all the 33 districts are kind of having a scalable model with the kind of leaders that we have got. Definitely, we'll have a separate mentor pool that we can
Yes,
scale.
for sure. I'm taking a lot of time here, but my head is firing a lot of neurons as I'm seeing all of you guys. This is the cream for sure. I don't think I can get hold of all of you guys again in the next couple of months. Mentorship, yes, certainly. When you can think of supporting the community, we need good mentors. Yeah. And for us to scale out to the 33 districts of Telangana, active participation from the leaders like you to adopt few villages probably,
To what you just mentioned. In fact, I've been working with the team of students and teachers for last few years very closely. And at Premia, what you said, adopt, we say a buddy school. So what we do is when our students are learning how to write, how to ideate, how to write a business plan, we get these children on board, and our students become mentors to them. So they partner with our students and they learn together. So I think that probably could be one way of reaching out together and taking it forward.
Sure, that's great, that's great.
One more thing I'd like to add here is, while we are taking the help, and the government is supporting us, we have our startups ecosystems, we have our people out there. And having said, when children wrote the business plan, they came up with different ideas, they did the feasibility study, they wrote the business plans. Now they weren't sure, is this plan going to work? Who is going to invest? We had some people like these startups across the globe, and the plan was shared with them. There were mentors who came up and gave the feedback that yes, This is where you're going right, this is how you can improve, this is where your investment, this is how you can go forward. And children were so encouraged to take it forward, and they saw the light of actually doing the prototype and bringing it to the market. And believe you me, when we give them this kind of support, hand in hand, that is where we are heading tomorrow. Like, the leaders of tomorrow are just being born there. Thank you.
Right. So, a lot of good ideas that are coming out, and also, this will keep, we can have a lot of ideas piling up. But before that, again, let me come back to the, framework, what I really wanted to have this panel as. So to nurture these kid entrepreneurs, I think we have seen different stakeholders. One is the parents. So I quickly want each one of you, the educationists, each one of you to tell what is it that you're expecting from the parents to nurture kid entrepreneurs in your school. And also we'll take their insights, there are few parents, and we'll see how they can contribute to this as well. Yes, I'll get there. So the second stakeholder is the government.
Can I request ma'am to enlighten us about Y-Hub? Y-Hub, I was told it is for youth and teenagers and school children. I was trying to Google, but the information what I wanted I couldn't get. So right now we have the right person in front of us. We are very blessed about Y-Hub ma'am, and how schools can utilize that service.
So as of now, we only rolled out the framework for Y-Hub, but infrastructure we haven't thought about it. We thought very vaguely, but we thought like it would be located at the phase 2 of T-Hub. But I haven't formalized it, but we have the framework in place. We are putting together the activities for the next 1 year that will be spearheaded by Y-Hub. And Y-Hub will be with the Telangana State Innovation Cell. The activities again, we thought about putting these activities in different bins, age groups, grade 3 to 5, and 6 to 10, 10 plus 2, and also engineering colleges for sure. It's like youth and adolescents. So yesterday, in fact, I met BVR Mohan Reddy Garu, founder, chairman and founder of Scient. He mentioned, nurturing the mindset from very young age is good, but at the same time, which the Telangana State Innovation Cell is doing already, but focus on engineering students is what he said. Yeah. That's where you can turn the tables. Like you could kind of move those like wanapreneurs into entrepreneurs. So, that's great input for us in the sense like there are some incubators, almost like 75 plus incubators and accelerators across Telangana as we are talking now. But at the same time, like how many of them are kind of giving support to these engineering students? We get a lot of queries on, we have an idea from students, but where to go? Right. And T-Hub initially was kind of like, started with that idea of like, Minister always says this, like KTR Garu always says this, like you walk in with an idea and walk it with a product. But T-Hub pivoted and said like, for us to produce more unicorns, we have to kind of start us with growth stage and like move them into the next level, scale them up, right? So then there is a big void. And Telangana State Innovation Cell will get into this space, and we already started doing, rolled out this program twice, Innovate to Entrepreneurship, I2E program. It's a pre-incubation program. So now the idea is under, the I2E program is not explicitly for students. We have innovators, we have serial entrepreneurs also kind of participating. Probably we'll be rolling out more pre-incubation programs under Y-Hub explicitly for students and focusing more on the engineering. Not only that, I would say, interesting, like 7 months or 8 months of my journey with Telangana State Innovation Cell, I have a lot to share, and we have restriction on the time. We rolled out this program called Youth for Social Impact. We are not asking only engineering students. We wanted B.Ed students, we want degree students, art students, everyone to participate in this. Entrepreneurship innovation is not only for engineering students. We wanted every student from different walks of the life to participate and innovate and become entrepreneurs. So, this is where we are right now. Under YHub, ma'am, for sure we'll roll out really meaningful programs. Again, catering to different age groups of the students. We will bring right stakeholders to partner with us based on what kind of program we are rolling out. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Shanta, about YHub. And we are closely working with YHub. Definitely, we'll share the communication on how it's shaping up. So again, getting back to the parents, right? I mean, let us talk about the first stakeholder, who are the parents. How can parents nurture the kid entrepreneurs? And what is it that schools are looking from the parents to nurture kid entrepreneurs? We'll just have only one sentence words from everyone.
I think definitely, as ma'am was saying, mentorship, because all of the parents are experts in their field, they are industrialists, and I think if the way in the corporate world we have CSR activities, if internships can be promoted in a big way as well, where the children can be guided by the parents in the field they want to expert, that will be a big support for the school. Because again, as ma'am is saying, that students are making prototypes, but we all very well know what is the percentage.
Right.
It would not be 5% of the school students who are coming to the stage of making prototypes and putting things in the market. So there's a long way for us to go, and I think parent partnership plays a very major role in that.
Right. I think how many parents are willing to mentor out here? At least spend some time with the kids or share your experiences. Any of the parents? I think there is 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll take your names and definitely we'll take your available free slots, and please try to accommodate in your schools as well. That is one good thing that is happening. Ma'am, your end.
Yeah. A short thing. You hear a child say, I want to do this. Can I do business? A child saying, can I do business? I wish to do that. It's like, what is that business? What do you want to do? Do you have an idea to do the business? That's the kind of conversation that starts. We need to break that. We need to be good listeners. We need to hear them out. Let's not shut them down. As parents, let's be good listeners when it comes to, yes, if they come up with an idea, it could be as simple as making lemonade, or as complicated as, what we just saw, a bicycle, anything like that. We need to be listening to them. We need to encouraging and be supportive. Let's see what we can do, hear them out, and take them out to the world. And yes, these are the opportunities available, and this is how we can do it. So the support is definitely solicited.
So how many of them are good listeners?
It begins with that. Yes, it begins.
But in fact, I tell this, right? I mean, the round table conversations or dining table conversations at home should be like this. One of the parents was telling me, earlier they used to discuss about a lot of movies or other entertainments and all. Today, when a child is actually talking to a parent, they're saying that, Dad, this is the reason why Uber is hiking up during, they have surge prices when it's raining, right? So that kind of conversations are happening. I think it all has started to begin. In fact, the kind of questions that the kids are asking these days to the parents, I think parents are also living up to that expectation, because everyone is an adapter of this technology. I'm sure parents are also doing a great job. But yeah, please give some warmth whenever they're asking the kind of questions related to entrepreneurship. Shanta, from your end, parents, what is it that you?
Very simply, I would say constructive parenting.
Okay.
Teach students, like your kids, to embrace failure. It's very, very critical. Even failure is appreciated nowadays. A failed entrepreneur is going back to the industry to fetch a job, and he's received very well. It's a great experience. So parents should teach their kids, failure is good, and failing fast is really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing I would say is, I was talking to, in the brainstorming session, we invited 2 young, teens. They have their own startup called Next Teen. So these teens, they mentioned about this. You parents, all these elders, you think about us, and you always create something for us. Please don't do that. Create with us. It's that's the nuance, right? You understand what we require and kind of create something with us, not for us. We are not interested in what you create for us. That's very, that's right, that kind of like, made me to think like, what exactly is that nuance he's talking about. And they said like, makes sense. We should involve these kids and say like, okay, we are rolling out school innovation challenge, but whether they are interested or not, we don't know. We are just asking teachers like kind of get them in, innovate and submit the ideas and yada, yada, yada. But like, are they really interested or not is the question, right? So now we started thinking too, like, such kind of things do help us to kind of mull over. So we are, we are also thinking on those lines, but it applies to parents too. If the student is interested in, the kid is interested in entrepreneurship, yes, well and fine. Engineering, well and fine. Art, well and fine. So we have to kind of keep ourselves open for that.
I think in the parent-teacher meeting, I think we should start asking the question the parents, are you spending enough time? Isn't? Ma'am, you are.
Well, I feel parents are not only listening, they are supporting also. When we think about the children from small families, BPL families, or those are having small shops, pawn shop or a grocery shop, we see the parents, at least for 2-3 hours, they bring the children to the shop so that they have hands of experience. Couple of times I spoke to them, they said, ma'am, un logon ko kuch seekhna hai karke. And being a social activist and a worker, I go to the slums, they also have seen this trend. They believe on hands-on experience, of course, of the trade into which the father is there. And when we talk about higher strata of the society, big schools, the public schools and international schools, where they are economically well off, automatically they get into entrepreneurship. So the parents, the attitude of the society is already changing and they are believing in hands-on experience.
We can have applause to all the parents. Okay, so the main stakeholder is the alumni network, right? I mean, I would say alumni network. So I wanted to again check with the schools and also in fact Shanta on how strong is your alumni network at your school?
That's very imperative, and I think it's a work in progress, I would rather say, at the moment. But definitely the network that we create, because it is again the legacy that we are taking forward in our schools year after year. So I just wanted to tell you that last year we had a student who has been selected in Stanford with 80% scholarship, and she was an entrepreneur. And the thing she was doing is a very simple activity, because sometimes we overhype entrepreneurship as well and make it very complicated and sound very complicated to the children. So we make easy attempt to make them understand what are the skills and competencies our alumni used to have and what she did, that impact. So it was a simple activity that she was having her own baking academy. She was good in baking. However, with all the academic outcomes where she has cracked Stanford, but the simple skills that she was honing is to reach out to 2,000 young girls and teaching them skills and giving back to the society. So calling such people, calling such alumni to the school and connecting it with the students is very imperative, because I personally believe it's a ripple effect. The more the students, the more the young minds meet such children, that really create an impact on their mind, So it's very important to build, and I think we are outsourcing and we are trying to build that network even more stronger in the times to come.
Right. Great. I think yours was cool, but
yeah.
Is there any way that you can contribute from the alumni? Yeah.
Yes. See, yes, we are a new school and just about a couple of years old. But having said that, networking is the key. We may not have an alumni yet, but yes, when the students do connect across, collaborate with other schools and other students across the globe, there is no stopping to learn from each other. And that's how progress happens in a society, in a community. So while we don't have an alumni, but yes, the network is definitely growing and our students are connecting across the globe, learning from each other.
Anything from a T-Hub alumni, probably like that.
So, we have network, I would say like a lot of stakeholders are involved in our network, not just startups from T-Hub. Education department, if you take, every district has a science officer and an education officer, DSO and DEO.
Yeah.
They are our extended arms and legs for us. When we do roll out the innovation challenges, like, they become our, voice, and, they take the onus on them and they go reach out to all the villages, the schools, and like educate everyone about the challenges and the innovation challenges, and ensure like students and teachers are enrolled in our programs. Not only for like any, the school innovation challenge, even for youth for social impact.
Right.
And also the departments, education department, we have multiple, the Department of Higher Education Council, collegiate commissioner, all the government officials, they kind of speak on our behalf and they become our voice and they support our initiatives. Not only that, like, the mentors from the industry, education industry, like Pawan, we have Sri Charan Lakaraju, like so many of these young people like who are already in this space, they are supporting us. So we have a good network and we are leveraging that network. Having said that, we are not stopping here, and now as I'm meeting all of you guys, it makes sense for us to kind of create a network of all the schools also, the decision makers of schools across Telangana, to become one network probably, that might help us. And another network what we are trying to build is called, we already built it, Teachers Innovations Repository. So this is again to kind of, we are just stopping at students, like, helping students to kind of innovate, but teachers are also innovating when it comes to teaching methodologies. So we built a portal called Teachers Innovations Methodologies Repository, TIR, and it's already launched. We are encouraging all these teachers across the 33 districts to register and share their methodologies. So this is one platform, an aggregator, like where we are kind of cross-pollinating the thought process. A teacher in Warangal is sharing a methodology which is really working well with a teacher in Dlabs. So we launched this portal and we will be doing some sensitization sessions, workshops for teachers to understand how to use this portal. So even this becomes a good network for us to leverage on. So we are thinking outside the box so that, we are a government entity, but at the same time, we have to be innovative too. So every time we are posed with this question, like, how are you innovating? It's not just rolling out programs for the sake of it, not getting the numbers like, 25,000 schools enrolled in this program or 11,000 ideas, what we received. We are always measuring the impact on the level of like, what is that mindset shift happening? Whether students are problem solvers, becoming more problem solvers, whether teachers are like thinking outside the box, going above and beyond to teach, in a different innovative manner to the students. So, we are assessing all these things, but at the same time, we are building the right networks to kind of leverage and bank on. Yeah.
Thanks, Shant.
Well, about alumni, Mana Uru Manubadi by KTR sir, it is based on that. Asking for hand-holding from the alumni. And talking about my school, yes, we are organizing, and I'm too new in Oberoi right now. So the input what I got from my teachers is that there is a big support. Whether it is choosing the product or how to market, to focus on the main customers or something, yes, it is there. And more than investment, giving a right advice is more important, I feel. So once the planning is okay, once we get the right information, things automatically, they start flying. So alumni has a big role.
Great. So the third stakeholder is the VCs or the funds. This is the major aspect to nurture these kid entrepreneurs or to take it to the next level. So just want to see how many schools or how many parents, or say if the government organization is ready to set up a fund for these kid entrepreneurs. For example, you can set up your own fund in your own school to nurture this innovation. So how open are we for that? And what could be the challenges in that? And who can actually run this fund? I mean, what kind of support that you require from the parents to run that fund?
Yeah, definitely, I think that's a bigger thing to discuss, because right now as an organization, what we see that most of our ideas come to the stage where the prototype, how to create prototypes and bring it in the market and leverage, is sometimes a concern at times, to take things forward. What is the way forward for the child to take it? So there where I think if there is collaboration between startups, governments and the schools together, okay, and the way we are going to have now the challenges and the symposiums, so maybe pick up few great ideas that have popped from the students and take that forward. I think for that definitely we need support. And as far as funding is concerned, the school do support, but there will be a certain limit and extent to that, what we can take things forward. So I think this is one thing we really need to discuss as educators of what could be the next steps, for making sure that things become more real in the real world. Yeah.
We might take Shanta's insights on that. Shanta, so to run that fund, what kind of support that the schools might require, and with your expertise, how to do it?
So it's not, funding is very important when it comes to the seed capital, but at the same time, like handing over the monies and saying like, you're on your own it won't work. So what you do is like, this is a practice I always believe in. Set up milestones and then, kind of issue the funding, like if it is a grant money, issue every tranche after every milestone is reached. And like you have to bring relevant mentors also to kind of help these students to kind of go to the next level. So, create a fund for sure and have a committee in place to assess the best ideas and also some mentors who can define what are the milestones and identify, how much it costs to reach each milestone and then kind of like issue, each, trench in that manner. So a milestone 1 is met and they want to kind of, suppose like some CAD drawing of some product is required and it is done and then they have to procure the material, then how much it costs for the material, then release that amount. And then again, like once the material is, kind of procured and put together and the prototype is built, piloting, like for piloting, how would you kind of like how much money you need for piloting, again release that fund. So again, everything has to be broken into tiny pieces. You just don't give away a check and say like you're done.
I think very interesting insight.
We don't do that. We don't do that. For the School Innovation Challenge, what we did is this year, so I worked with T-Hub, so I learned some best practices over there, even in US also. So we used to do the same thing in US also, like I used to run a proof of concept in a campus setting. So we used to follow the same process and I'm using the same process here too. So it's not like you cut a check and say like students, you are on your own, but we are doing this, we are following this. The top 5 winners are given prize monies, but they have to define how they will be using this money. It applies to startups also. When we did the solution-based accelerator programs, we used to have like give each startup like $5,000 to $10,000. They could even hire a resource to kind of use this money.
Yeah.
So they have to show what is that productivity they are doing with this, like how product is, the product is being developed.
I think this exactly even the schools can also implement it. Probably have one resource and then keep a check on all the ideas that are coming out, all the innovations that are. That's a wonderful, that's a best practice that you have shared, Shanta. Thank you so much. Now we'll open it for the questions. So any question to
I have one more thing to say here. As you said, like schools can have its own fund. Even Government of Telangana Education Department gave us 30 lakhs fund, and we used almost 10 lakhs for the School Innovation Challenge. And also we have other funds also wherein we give away, we ask innovators, students, entrepreneurs, even early stage startups to apply for our this initiative called T-Series. And this is explicitly for social impact and rural impact space. So we identified 18 winners and under 3 categories. One is seed, other one is pilot, other one is pilot and prototyping. So each one of them got up to 2 lakhs of fund. So it's a free money, no strings attached. Even a student can apply if the student is working in a social impact or rural impact space. So we will definitely assess them and we'll give them like free, no strings attached capital of like almost grant money of up to 2 lakhs. So we identified 18 of such, 12 innovators and 6 startups who already won 18 lakhs money from us. Yeah.
Hi. So it's not a question, but a thought while it came to my mind during the discussion that we were having. So what happens, I think as we all grew up, our focus has not been more on studies and maybe less on extracurricular because our environment has been like that. The way now the world is evolving and how the kids are growing, this entrepreneurship and doing something new or ideas and all of this becoming big. So what a thought that comes into mind is that at this young age, when the kids are in their formation period, they would be investing of their time and effort into that, and obviously they need to be rewarded in the long run for that. So somewhere I feel that if some kid has done something, they may not be successful. As we all said, that failures would be there because out of 1,000 or 100,000 ideas, one clicks. So, but they have spent that time and effort, and that might be a good thing they have done. They needs to be rewarded in the higher studies, in their admissions into the higher colleges. That way it motivates the kids, because I have spent that time and effort. It should not be I spend that effort and it's gone. Then I'm then fighting with all the rest of the kids who might have spent time on education, and I might have spent less on that, preparing for an competitive exam. So somewhere getting into colleges, or maybe even the management colleges, where if I have been in my build-up areas, I've spent time in building some entrepreneurial ideas, I should be rewarded through in admission by giving some weightage to that. In the US and all, it happens.
It happens, yeah, it happens, yeah.
No, I don't know if it's changes now, but when we were going and trying for...
Oh, our days are way, like we are dinosaurs, we are from the dinosaurs age, like
Yeah,
things
so-
change so...
So today if a kid tries, maybe after 4 years or 5 years into trying to an IIM, that's 10% of 5% weightage. If you have done something in your career throughout, you would get an advantage for that. So that is something we put into our...
Even you know, if you take private universities and autonomous universities now, like the colleges, you see the curriculum, how things are changing. You know, I'm on the board of Anurag University, and very recently I was in a meeting. They are introducing 4 subjects on entrepreneurship. And from in each semester they will be taking one. So definitely this will, like, you know, add up and like will take the, you know, things to the next level.
Maybe that needs to be formalized in a way that the parents are also motivated to encourage their kids, because you know that you will get that advantage.
And another thing, like another shift has to happen is, like, you know, I keep telling, and even our principal secretary Jayashanjan sir, you know, kind of emphasizes is on, let's not focus on, like, especially for the colleges, on like what kind of packages these students are getting, but rather focus on like how many students are turning into entrepreneurs. Let's kind of talk about that, is what the emphasis is on right now. So,
the biggest opportunity is, see, till 12th, for example, Rohan is with me till 12th. After that, it's so tough for me to catch hold of Rohan, because again, he'll be busy with his career. So one of the discussions that I had with AICD chairman is, can we introduce entrepreneurship as a degree? And today, we've got an approval to introduce entrepreneurship as a degree, as a 4-year bachelor's degree. So, if at all, because see, we cannot afford for the infrastructure, the kind of schools that you're all running, you know, definitely we cannot afford that infrastructure, because our focus is more on the technology and our focus is more on the scale. So if any of the schools can actually come forward and give us a space, then we are ready to, you know, introduce 4-year entrepreneurship degrees, so that we're not losing out people like Neeti, Rohan and all. Because I'm sure Neeti's father is here, Vinay Garu is here. He'll definitely send Neeti to abroad, because after 12th, there is no good college. I mean, on record, I'm telling this. People who have entrepreneurial skills, there is no continuity. ISB is there for postgrads. IIMs are there for postgrads. I can't think of any good college that after 12th, where do we send? Right? So there is a huge opportunity for all of us to come up with a wonderful, high-class entrepreneurship college. Right.
You have a lot of new age universities like Rishihood University and Ashoka's. So I think if we can have that kind of an university this side, I'm sure the state of Telangana would benefit. But
why all of us? Why can't Harvard? Why can't we think of Harvard standards and, you know, start thinking of
no, and
entrepreneurship for
also in your LOR now, any top college or university across, I mean the globe, I would say definitely looks into your LOR, what you write, and you have your, you know, that you have done entrepreneurship at certain age. That is, you're saying that your child have been creative right from that particular age.
Right.
because creation and collaboration is what they, and innovation is what they look at for any top
Right. And
admission.
the basic step is introduce entrepreneurship in your progress reports. Add entrepreneurship skill in your progress reports first. That is the basic step for all of us, right? So that we can actually measure where they are going, and they can showcase. See, I've got entrepreneurship A grade, B grade. We are all there to assess that, and after that, we'll see if at all we can get a right credits for the grades that we are getting by collaborating with some universities. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to set up that after 12th entrepreneurship degree is something that we can look at with the help of government and with the help of all the leaders out here. Yeah, any question? Yeah, Disha, hi.
I think with the new policy, definitely there are a lot of changes, and now they're even also focusing on the 4 C's, which is how to bring more creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication among the students. So these skills are highly imperative, as you're saying, that to nurture entrepreneurial mindset is more imperative than getting into more funding, because I think they will find the pathway by themselves. That is what we personally believe. And again, when we talk about entrepreneurial mindset, a lot of opportunities and a lot of platforms to be given to the children to nurture those things. And it's not only, the problem solving, it's also to make sure that they do collaborate, they do a lot of team building and active, learning happens in the classroom so that we can nurture those mindsets among our students.
Yeah, Disha, your question is answered? Okay, thanks.
No. So, I cannot comment right away because I haven't gotten to see, I kind of breezed over the Manavuru Manabadi framework, but I wanted to kind of deep dive and see, what is in spare. I know there are some labs and, even to teach English to the students, infrastructure, a lot of emphasis on it. Yeah, language lab, and also a lot of emphasis on infrastructure. But innovation is I wanted to kind of understand how much is given, weightage is given to the innovation in that initiative. So let me deep dive into that and see our mission is to kind of nurture and build that culture. The innovation culture is very important for us. Having said that, coming up with a framework and we will definitely look into that space also. And Coding, yes. So, yeah. So, even our Chief Minister visited Delhi, and he is planning to send a delegation to Delhi to understand the education sector over there. So, a lot of homework needs to be done, and I'm sure we are all in a good way to kind of come up with a good framework for Telangana too. Yeah. So hoping for the best, yes.
Great, thank you so much. So just to conclude the panel, I think we discussed about the role of different stakeholders. There are few parents that have committed to give some guest talks. Please let us make it happen in the schools. There are few the schools that have committed to take over some government schools and all of those. That let us make it happen. And also SIC this year, we really want to see a lot of our schools also to be participating in the Student Innovation Challenge.
I'm so surprised, like, not many private schools participated, even though, like, we scream on top of our lungs, like on social media and news articles about, inviting applications.
Let's streamline the communications this time.
We will kind of identify what are the gaps, and, we'll probably you become our influencers, Yeah, you become our, voices, and as I said, and kind of roll this out and see like how best we can utilize these opportunities.
Definitely. And finally, the fund houses, which is the major part, which we thought, every school can actually turn out to be a fund house for a limited way. We can also involve some alumni of the schools to run the fund house and run these systems. I think if all we do that, I'm sure we are going to nurturing all the student ideas that are out there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you
Shanta.
everyone.
Thank you so much, panelists. Yes, please, thank you. Thank you. So with this, we finished all the panel discussions. We finished all the pitchings of the kidpreneurs. So, firstly, let us just applaud all the kids, all the panelists for taking their time out on this Saturday, coming all the way. I think this is one of the first events that, we did from morning 8:30 onwards till 1:30. I think there is, everyone is, everyone is very intensely, they all have been participating in these discussions. So the takeaways that what at least I take from this pit stop is everyone wants to contribute to this kid entrepreneurship space. Every school is looking for very new initiatives if it's benefiting the children or if it's benefiting the kid entrepreneurs. Every parent wants to contribute to their child's idea. Now I think the plan of action after this pit stop should be, how do we democratize entrepreneurship? How do we democratize, right? I mean, let us not even look at one single school level. Let us not look at the city level. Let us not look at, India level. Let us look at global level. Any idea that you are coming across, it doesn't matter which school that the kid entrepreneur is from, please open the doors for them. After 3:30, your schools are anyways, available for the infrastructures. Please turn every school or convert every school into a co-working zone, right? Open it up for the parents. Open it up for the children, open it up for some rural entrepreneurs that are out there. Let us all contribute towards the mass entrepreneurship. I think the mass entrepreneurship or the economy that India is looking at, or the globally we are all looking at, should come from the school level. I think we as educational backgrounds, I think we should contributing the most to this economy. That's my whole vision. And once again, I thank you all. So before I conclude, first let me introduce my team so that whenever they're coming to the school, please don't shut the gates, I first invite Purnima. So Purnima is the one who's writing the curriculum for Metamorphosis. We have Sunaina. Please take a close look at Sunaina. She keeps coming to the schools. We have Pravalika. I'm sure a lot of you all have met already. Pravalika. We have Chaitanya, the new addition to the team. We have Disha, the one who asked question about the funds. We have Shashi, Naveen, Somesh. Please, guys, everyone join. Let us show our faces so that, we'll get entry to the schools. Somesh. Come first. So this is the team, that thinks out of the box. I never call them as employees in fact, I never call them as, we don't have any hierarchies in the team. the best part is that you all can take over from our team is, we call everyone as entrepreneurs in residence. So this is one role that, we give EIRs, entrepreneurs in residence. So these are all the metapreneurs for you. There are more members that are watching online. Thank you so much for your help, for your support. That's super. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. I request all the kids to come in, and also all the leaders, please join for a group picture along with the kid entrepreneurs. I request Aparna ma'am, Shanta, Rishu ma'am, please join us for a group picture. Monica ma'am, Aparna ma'am, Anita ma'am, please, Gayatri ma'am, please join us. Come. Okay, I think someone should. We don't have the stage, so okay. The problem. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have a lunch arranged at Bajaj Dining Hall. We'll have a campus tour and we'll go to the atrium. Yeah. Okay.
So everyone, we have lunch, and I'll request to follow our team leads. So that is how we'll escort you to Bajaj Dining Hall for the lunch. Yeah. Send you the pictures as well. And have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Do they leave their laptops here or they just need to pack it up?